Stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, a little problem solving that everyone kind of came to the fore to know that our flag is over here today. Okay, now we got the military folks are going to move it where it should be. Okay, let's give them a hand. Thank you very much. Good job. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to welcome you. We do have a quorum. And so we will first begin with the sheriff's report. And who do we have here today? Oh, we have Commander Taylor. Welcome, Commander Taylor, if you'd please come forward.
Good afternoon.
Is your mic on? Okay.
For the period between April 28th and today, we received 205 calls for service in Cambria. Included in those were 19 traffic stops, 6 pedestrian contacts, 7 foot patrols. We had 16 alarm calls for both audible and motion sensor alarms. 9 were at businesses, 6 were residential, 1 was a car alarm. There were no losses associated with any of those activations. There were 7 incomplete 911 calls that required deputies respond to check. Nothing of any consequence came from those calls. There were 4 disturbing the peace calls. They ranged from loud music. We had a fight in Mosey's Saloon between 2 men, and we had a fight on Main Street and Cambria Drive between 2 men who were involved in a minor traffic accident. In both of those cases, the participants declined to press charges against each other. We had 4 arrests, 1 felony arrest for domestic violence, 2 arrests for public intoxication, and 1 warrant arrest. We had 3 petty theft reports. On the 23rd of April, we had a purse stolen from an unlocked car in a 2800 block of Newton. On May 10th, we had a GPS unit stolen from an unlocked car in the 2100 block of Cowper. And on May 12th, we had an iPad stolen from an unlocked car in the 1700 block of Cardiff Street. So we're still seeing the trend of people not locking their cars. However, 3 petty theft reports is significantly lower than what we've been seeing in the past. So hopefully folks are heeding the advice to lock their cars up. We had 1 grand theft. That was on the 27th of April, $2,000 in cordless Hilti power tools that were stolen from an unlocked vehicle in the 5200 block of Oakhurst. We had 2 burglaries. 1 was reported on May 16th. That was tools and a handgun stolen from a barn on property located on Green Valley Road. The RP said that it had occurred over the last 6 months. On May 20th, we had a victim report that a camera bag and a camera were stolen from their residence in the 200 block of Stafford within the previous 10-day period. We had 1 report of an assault. That was on the 24th of April. We had a report of a misdemeanor domestic violence that occurred in Cambria. However, it was reported in Templeton the following day. We had 1 felony domestic violence arrest. That was on May 7th. We had a wife who came home intoxicated and apparently angry. She attacked her husband, bit him repeatedly, seriously enough to require medical attention. Deputies arrived, investigated, and subsequently arrested her. We're seeing a return of phone scams to the area. We had 2 reports from North Coast residents of calls from a man, they stated with a foreign accent, who said that they owed PG&E $800, and if they did not wire the money immediately to an account, the utilities would be shut off. The account, when we followed up on it, it's a foreign offshore account. There was no loss in either case. Finally, the Sheriff's Office Great Summer Camp, the gang resistance education camps are going to be offered again this summer. The camp on the coast is going to be held once again at Cayucas Elementary School. It'll be between June 27th and July 1st. It's free to participating students. The applications can be found at our website, slowsheriff.org. The camp is limited to the first 125 students, so if you have a child or a grandchild that might be interested, you can hurry up and get your application in. We'd love to have them at the camp. Our current staffing remains at one commander. In June, I will get my second sergeant back. He's returning from an illness. He's back to duty, so it'll be 2 sergeants, 21 deputies on patrol, 1 school resource deputy, and 1 rural crimes deputy. And that's the report.
Thank you for that. Do we have any comments from anyone on the board? Well, we want to thank you, and as you know, last time we were very interested in the numbers of calls here and increases, and I had asked and requested that the general manager work with legal counsel to send a letter to Deputy Sheriff, to the Sheriff Parkinson, and we have, and if that does result in any additional patrol here, it would be most appreciative.
All right. Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, and under special reports next, we have from our own fire department, Chief Hollingsworth. Welcome.
Good morning. William Hollingsworth filling in for Chief Shalhoub, who is unavailable to be here today, but wants to send his regards and great appreciation for everything you've been able to provide for him as well. The response volume and call statistics are in your packets and there for your review. And you'll see a continued steady increase over the last couple of years, and we're maintaining that as we proceed. For the last month, there was 185 combined training hours of all the personnel for the department, with a heavy focus right now on wildland-urban interface fire protection. Due to the time frame, we try to isolate specific training blocks based on time of year and their prevalence and their when they're most likely to be utilized. So we're practicing everything from bump and run, structure protection, shelter deployment, a lot of the things similar to what you probably saw in the very large county-wide WUI drill, which occurred this month. And typically we wouldn't review what happens now because that at this meeting because that occurred this month and would be actually reviewed next month. And we're going to be putting together by recommendation a little report on how that proceeded and who was involved and how we're able to expand our capabilities through that process. Also, really, that we would like to focus on is that one of the most recent grants we acquired was the replacement of our self-contained breathing apparatus. There was a training drill involved in that, and all of those devices are now in service. It allows us a lot more latitude and ability in how we fight an internal structure fire within either a residence or a commercial building. The bottles, although the same size, are technically a little bit lighter. They carry quite a bit more air, extend our availability and durability inside of a structure, allowing us more working time. There's a lot more technology involved with these devices as well. So right in the heads-up display, there's LED references in regards to low air alarms and other information that's vital to us, so we don't have to, it actually reduces the profile and lets us work a little bit easier inside the building. And then the other key thing that's happening right now is that secondary to your resolution last month, we've mailed out about 1,900 references for the annual fire hazard fuel reduction program, and we're starting to get phone calls in compliance with that. As you drive around the community, you're going to be seeing people starting to cut their unimproved parcels. Just as a reminder, those are specific to their proximity to other improved structures. So you might see some parcels in the community that are not cut, but usually one of two things is happening. Either A, they are not in the program because they're not close enough to another improved structure, or it hasn't been identified as a specific area for a fire break, or B, that specific parcel has been co-joined with an improved parcel and secondary to our program that is enforced secondary to the health and safety code, we can't enforce a clearance on that property. However, that is where the CAL FIRE LE 100 program comes in, and that's why we work so closely together with them throughout the year. A number of you went out with us last year as we were working jointly and enforcing both sides of that. So hopefully within the next few months, deadline is July 22nd. You'll start seeing a good compliance within the community. And again, anything that isn't cleared at that time will end up going to contract for clearance at a later date.
All right, thank you. Any comments? Yes, Vice President Thompson?
Just wanted to point out that we did receive some requests to determine when the chief would be officially sworn in as chief, and I think that will be happening at the June board meeting. So I'm sure Jerry Wood will get the word out and have all your friends here. That'll be great.
Yes, sir.
Yes, and Director Rice?
I know at one point we had a little bit of a training program for folks because the lot clearing isn't just clearing everything. You're supposed to not knock down young trees and some of the other things that are, I don't even know all the specs right now, but do we still have a program like for residents who are clearing their own lots?
We still do, and we still maintain a requirement. Green Space we worked closely with them a number of years ago. Rick Hawley and some others put together a plant identification, indigenous plant protection program. And all of the people that are local contractors that actually register with us for the purpose of having their name or phone number put out there for lot owners that call with questions or who can possibly clear my lot. If they want to be on that list, they need to have taken that course. We don't actually offer that course. We never have. It's not part of the fire department or the CCSD. It is something that Green Space still maintains. And I don't want to speak out of turn, but I believe there's been quite a bit of talk about them trying to apply for a grant that may expand their capabilities, getting that information out to more people in the community.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I also just wanted to comment on how impressed I was with the regional training that was here this month, and when you share your report in June, we'll look forward to that too. I think it's something that does Cambria proud for sure. So,
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on now to item 3 on presentations. We have an update with our Balanced Public Relations Senator Dean Flores, and welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President and members. I will go through this pretty quickly, but there are a few items I do want to discuss with the board. The first is we continue to push and talk and move on the EIR process and the sustainability positioning. On the wastewater issue, we do know that PM has been assigned. I think I mentioned that last time. The bond financing and funding mechanisms are now complete. The regs are out, and I believe there's a forum in the San Luis Obispo area in about 2 weeks. So I would encourage you to have one of your folks attend that. Even though they are released, there are still issues about where they're going to be assigned and what other changes that may occur in the regs moving forward. I say that only, I know that you're looking at short-term financing for your wastewater treatment. I would also say look at the long term and know that that should be part of the mix. Some projects are going to fall out of that process who are not quite ready, so I would only say that trying to combine both would be a great thing for the board to consider. In terms of additional opportunities, I should tell you that the Feinstein water legislation now is now moving and in discussion. The House just recently moved a piece of that water bond issue. As you should know, Cambria is in Senator Feinstein's bill. There's funding available for it, so not knowing what part is going to move and what isn't, funding normally moves and the other tough stuff stays. So we are monitoring that. We'll keep you apprised on that as that goes. I also like to mention that we are continuing to request a meeting with the Coastal Commission Executive Director, who is interim. The purpose for that is to have a whole host of discussions regarding some communications we've received. I actually see that as very much of a positive. I think anytime the Coastal Commission or any state agency sends your board and your GM something, it's something for us to work on early, something to resolve, and the key is to get the meetings. And so, we're hopeful that the Executive Director will grant that meeting. We've been pursuing that. They are very busy lately, as you've been probably reading. But nonetheless, our project is something that we'd like to resolve well before we actually get to the Coastal Commission. So I will probably take your GM's time again. We'll probably travel to the new interim director. And the reason that's important is that obviously lots of discussion at the Coastal Commission now about discussions with board members Our issue is people don't talk to board members if they can talk to executive directors and staff. So staff hopefully will be responsive, and we look forward to talking to them. I should also say we had a very good, just to sum it up, we had a very good meeting in Sacramento. Your GM went up. We had a very fantastic meeting with Senator Pavley, who chairs the Environmental Committee. I think the overall goal of that meeting was to give her a sense of what was going on in Cambria, what we're working on, what the path is. I think the GM did a great job discussing kind of the bigger issues that are concerned to the area. And I think she said she wanted to come visit, so we're going to make sure that that happens. And she wants to do actually a tour and spend a little time here. And we'll make sure that gets scheduled. We also had an opportunity to meet with Felicia Marcus, who is the chair of the Water Board. A very, very positive meeting. Also the executive director as well. Mostly on issues concerning a whole host of things that your board is considering, but we had a very good conversation about the overall picture for Cambria, and I thought it was I think GM will probably report that in his report, but then it was a very good, strong meeting. And we also had some follow-up meetings with their staff, so I think that was very much of a positive. Two other things, in terms of the new drought protocols, you may have read them. There's a little bit of a concern at the state level on whether the drought is over or not. I think the governor's office has kind of said that we're going to leave it to the locals to make those decisions. They're closer to it. So there seems to be some mixed messages that somehow the governor's saying drought is over. I think I read it as leaving places like yourselves and others open to make decisions on what types of drought protocols, the county, et cetera, is kind of where the governor wants to keep this. And so I would not read into anything coming from Sacramento that says the drought is anywhere close to over. I think it's really about the locals making a decision. I think people read that as the governor saying it's over. I think he was saying let the locals make those decisions or closer to it. The last thing I'd probably mention is that one of the things that needs to occur as your board starts to look at its plan before the Coastal Commission is an ongoing discussion with all agencies. So we want to plan to go back to Parks and Rec and a few other agencies to recapture some conversations that were kind of left. So we'll probably be doing that in the next month to see where we're at on some of these other items that are still outstanding. You know those as the issues concerning our state parks issue, and we also have another issue concerning some of the what we call water issues that are still pending. So we'll keep you informed on that. And I think that's it. I'll take any questions.
Very, very busy since last month. Any comments from the board? We have request for a comment on this presentation, public comment.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Tina Dickinson.
Good afternoon, Board. Tina Dickinson, Cambria. On Mr. Flores' report, again, I see no written report, not even a PowerPoint presentation. Everything is so generalized. There's nothing specific. When he speaks about Senator Feinstein, House water bond, finding available funding, what is the funding for? What portion of the bill are you relating to? And how does it relate to Cambria? And how much are you asking for? And what would those monies be precisely for? You are talking about meeting with the acting executive director of the Coastal Commission. So far, as of this morning, the Coastal Commission has received no response from planning on the 3-page letter from acting executive director Ainsworth. They did receive a phone call from General Manager Gruber to set up, I think, some communication next week. But if I recall when Director Sanders came on board, I recall from Dean Mr. Flores that we have to really work with the Coastal Commission. We have to dot every I and cross every T. That was emphatically said, and yet nothing but ignorance to the 3 pages of that he sent out the 16th of May. Not a word, not a response from the most important regulatory agency you're going to have to deal with. So are we going to go down the path like we did with the Pine Knolls tanks? Are we going to go down the path like we did with the Army Corps coming out to Shamel Park, where millions of taxpayers' dollars were spent on a ridiculous project that was pushed by this board and specifically one director. It's a total, you have to start acknowledging the agencies that you need to deal with. It's absolutely time to do it. And I'm going to look right at you, Mr. Sanders. You were responsible.
You will not be able to do that.
Well, then
You're-
I'll look at you and make my comments.
Thank you.
But we
Appreciate that.
cannot keep going down this road. And it's why Cambrians, we need to have a new board come November. Do whatever you can to make sure these people are not running this town, because they're doing a lousy job of it.
Okay, next, we are into public comment, and we have 30 minutes on this, on any item that is not on the agenda today, but is under the jurisdiction of this board.
Number 4?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was moving on. Do we have deletions on the consent agenda?
No.
No deletions. Okay, thank you. Beg your pardon?
I sent an email about holding a consent item. The expenditure report, 7A.
Didn't get it.
Did not receive it.
I do believe you can comment on the item when it comes up. In other
Yes,
words,
on expenditures?
On expenditures, there were multiple items I had questions on.
I think she can still comment on it. We don't have to pull it for her to comment on it. Is that correct? Mr.
Madam
Hurst?
President, I
You
would,
can comment on this at this time.
Not at this time.
Well, not,
When
when
the
we
item
get
comes up.
to, when we get to the consent agenda,
Madam
I'll go
President?
ahead and have you up.
Okay, thank you.
Where is yours? Do you have hers? Okay. All right. So we are moving in then to public comment. And when we get to the consent agenda, then if there are any that have requested to speak on that, we will do that. Thank you. Okay, first on public comment, Alan McKinnon.
Good morning, Board, President Robinette. Before I preface my comments, I'd like to say that I worked very effectively with General Manager Gruber for 2 years, and my comments I would like to address are in the area of employee compensation. It's one of the most difficult and obviously hiring and firing of employees. And particularly, I'm distressed by what I've read in the paper. I'm not sure if I have all the facts, but let me say this. I've had a great deal of experience in hiring and firing, and it's an unfortunate sometimes proposition, but it must be done. It must be done based on fact and not on emotion. In the particular case where there is a horrendous request, demand for a compensation package that does not make sense. It's very simple and something that should be done immediately. And the response to such a request is simply, thank you very much for your service, and we wish you best of luck in your chosen endeavors. And from that standpoint, I think the board should be very clear, because the consequences, and there are always consequences of any action the board takes, that you, if you acquiesce, open the door for similar requests from all manners and ways from your organization. And the converse of that, if you have the employee accept your terms, you have then lost the employee, because the employee is looking for the opportunity that they didn't get from you. With the remaining, how much time do I have left?
You're fine.
Okay, good. If we look at the other side of the coin, and how would you evaluate any employee, and particularly a management employee, there's a list of criterias that are many, a span of control. Well, just an example. In the case of this board, you have water, wastewater, you have fire department, and you have an assortment of maintenance projects, Fiscalini Ranch, so on and so forth. But it really comes down to two. The fire department is semi-autonomous, and for all manners and purposes, it is autonomous. You have water and wastewater. From a span of control, then, it's very small. You also have, there it is.
Go ahead and finish, Alan, please.
You also have a relatively small budget, even though you've increased your budget by possibly as much as 30%. I haven't looked at it. There's never been any consolidated statement for me to review in the website. But that's not a big budget to be dealing with. So I don't have time to do the other part of my talk, but I thank you for the opportunity, at least for addressing this one very important issue in front of us at the present time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on public comment, Donald Arkner? Arkner? Close?
Donald Archer.
Archer. Thank you, sir.
I've been a resident of Cambria for almost 25 years now. And that was a really hard act to follow. That was a hard act to follow, the last one. What I want to say, I'm sorry to say that over the board's tenure here, I feel a lack of confidence in the judgment of a majority of the board members. And one of the things that bothered me right away was for an appointed director to come in and then overturn precedents by overlooking one of the board members for presidency. It just seems like there are vested interests and conflict of interests among some of the board members. And a community, a group that is particularly interested in self-interest can't represent the interests of the community, I don't think. One of the things that I was concerned about is that the community is in hock for $13 million, which seems to be a boondoggle, while the delivery system, which we've been complaining about for a long time, and it's very apparent when you go down the streets and you see the leaks, has been left crumbling. A water-producing plant won't help anything if you can't deliver the product. And that should have gotten priority, but it wasn't as sexy. Sanctioning water potable water to wash cars seems to be incredibly irresponsible in a time like this. At the least, we should have a new paradigm. And given the general manager's pay package, priority above the needs of the community, which seems to be having done, and really obligating the community not only to the pay, but to a pension that will be a result of the pay in perpetuity. Sorry. Raising the utility rates incrementally is kind of like slowly boiling a frog in a pot. It keeps, we keep accepting little increments, and then finally we find we're boiling, and I feel I'm boiling right now. The concept of public servant seems to be out of fashion now. Even the term, it sounds almost ludicrous to say a public servant. But I still feel that my representative should be a servant of mine. Not an indentured servant, but someone who's looking out for my interests and not simply their own.
Yeah. Thank you. Next, Sherry Bell.
Sherry Bell. I've been a resident here since approximately 1980. I wanted to talk about the original emergency coastal development permit that was granted on May 15th, 2014, more than 2 years ago now. And that was to allow for the construction and operation of the Cambria emergency water supply. The approval required the CCSD to apply within 30 days for a regular follow-up coastal development permit and required the completion of all project construction within 180 days. That would have been by November 15th, 2014, when the permit was due to expire. 2 full years after the permit was granted, after the county approved 2 extensions, the CCSD has still not complied with requirements of the emergency coastal development permit, and the permit is due to expire on June 30. The Coastal Commission letter from Acting Director John Ainsworth, dated May 16th, that's been referenced here earlier, has recommended that the permit not be extended again and gave compelling reasons for not doing so. From his letter, the CCSD has modified the project in a manner inconsistent with the requirements of the existing emergency coastal development permit. The permit requires that the project be used only for emergency purposes and only for existing development. The permit was to serve existing development within the CCSD service area. Condition 2 of the emergency CDP states, this emergency permit is valid until such time that the CCSD declared stage 3 water shortage emergency has ended, or the project has been authorized to continue to serve existing development through approval of regular coastal development permit, whichever is sooner. However, the CCSD recently changed the project from an emergency water supply for existing users during a stage 3 emergency to a sustainable water project meant to allow for non-emergency and ongoing supply for both existing and new users in Cambria. And recently, they rebranded the project as a long-term water supply project and acknowledged that the EIR, originally meant to support the emergency project, would now evaluate the project for its growth-inducing effects of supplying water to new water users. Should this board be allowed to continue going down this road? Are we, Cambrian ratepayers, going to continue to allow this to happen? Or do you feel as deceived and as outraged by the ineptness, by the arrogance of this board and the general manager as I do?
I do have to ask you to conclude, madam. Thank you.
Madam President, I think there's a lot of erroneous information floating around. Perhaps it would be
At the end, I think we'll address
okay,
this.
good.
We will come back to it. Okay, next we have up Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you, Madam President. I will take a slightly different perspective on some of this today because I just had the most wonderful set of thank you notes from the second graders yesterday. I was thrilled. And I was thrilled because all of a sudden here were these 7-year-olds expressing their love and concern for the beach and the ocean and little itty-bitty creatures. When I was growing up in South Dakota, every now and again, we'd come out here to California, and only if we were going to church meetings so that the travel expenses would be paid. We didn't quite have the money we thought we needed. But we came out here to California, and we saw the ocean a couple of times. I was dumbfounded. I said, that looks exactly like the prairie in South Dakota. But I've learned a lot since then, too, and I signed the petition today to President Obama about protecting some of the lands in Nevada. I thought how I remember going through the gorgeous sandstone sculptures that are in the southwestern part of the United States. And I hope that the children in the second grade now, when they get to be 73, will remember that when they were in second grade, they learned a bit about the ocean, where they lived, but often didn't get to see it. I want to read you, finally, a passage from a book that I got from the Friends of the Morro Bay Library for $1. The Bird of Light. It's a story, a good science story about the terns in the Atlantic Ocean and how they travel from the Atlantic seaboard of the United States thousands of miles south and then thousands of miles north. And I want to read just this brief passage. If the bell rings, it tolerate me. It's only 3 sentences then. The land, and this is from the final chapter, Inheritors of the Spirit. And I must take these glasses off so I can see the text in my ancient years. The land and its native life have been treated for such a long time as a mere adjunct of the material needs of our society that it is almost becoming invisible. Habitat has no variety if you are unable to distinguish it from the asphalt. It becomes dematerialized. A land stripped of its detail may sell 1 million house lots, but it has also lost its roots in the earth. The houses themselves have been deprived of a location. The sun rises without the trees, and the night has lost its company. A society of machine owners has a tendency to think that it has a final right to everything it runs over, whether it is woodland, sand, or water. My dear friends, I urge us all in Cambria to look at our own perspectives and to acknowledge that it is on the border right now of the 6th extinction that we human beings are creating damn fast. Maybe I should say today, goodbye, Earth.
Thank you. Next, Tina Dickinson.
Tina Dickinson. I would like to thank Mr. Archer and Ms. Bell for their comments, as well as Elizabeth Bettenhausen. I would think that Director Sanders would know better.
We are not going to do this.
I am bringing this to
really,
you. I am speaking to you in the second. I am not directing the comment. I am saying to you that I believe Mr. Sanders should know better. As a previous board director, current board director, and as a lawyer, that he can say that the comments made at public comment are erroneous.
You really
should be
cannot do that. Yes, we're going to take a recess for 10 minutes.
You can't do this. This is public comment.
Here's the thing.
You can't cut out public comment, President Robinette.
But you need to comply to what is acceptable as public comment. That's all I'm asking of you in a very reasonable way. You can talk.
You have better read First Amendment rights. And if you take this up, let me assure you, I will take some action. This is unbelievable. And thank goodness KSBY is here and AGP, because this is wrong, it's dead wrong, and for the general manager to come over and whisper in your ear to take a recess is unbelievable.
Okay,
I have the right to say what I can say at public comment, and you cannot take that away from me, and neither can Mr. Sanders.
Okay, here's what I want to do. I want to be reasonable.
Okay.
What I would like to do if you could agree and we could compromise, and you could even refer to a person, but by name you really can't. Now, hear me out. I just want to be reasonable with you. I'd like to start your time again. I'd like to hear your message. I respect it. But we have to respect the other people that are here in this audience, on the staff, and on the board. That's just respect. But I would like to give you 3 minutes, and if you could then just, you can, but when you use a name and you point out a particular person, then you're crossing the line.
I'm allowed to refer to a director. I don't think that's against the law. I'm speaking directly to you. I'm looking right at you.
You can, as it says, address
You better
your
go over the
comments to
rules
president.
of what you are.
Thank you.
I'm not going to go there anymore. Let's get over it.
Let's start the clock again.
All right, thank you very much.
I would like to do that for you.
My public comment refers to the dissatisfaction that Cambrians are feeling from the actions taken by this board and the pressure being applied by the general manager to the board. We are not happy. If you haven't been reading the Cambrian, if you haven't been listening to some radio shows, if you haven't been watching the local news, then you must be insulated from it somehow. You must be very well insulated. There are issues that you have brought about that have concerns that concern this community big time. We are reacting to what you are doing. We are not pleased. And when I say we, I can't speak for everyone in the community, but the letters into the Cambrian, into the Tribune, into Cal Coast News, and the opinions that are being written indicate to me and to others that there's dissatisfaction. If you are not getting it by now, there's a problem with the board, because you should be. I think that for 10 years, I have been paying close attention. There has been one specific issue that has been driving the engine of the CCSD, and it is to open up the water wait list. You could care less about Cambrians. You meet with Mr. Darrell Robinson at Rabobank and the water wait list folks. You never come back and report to us. You have one focus in mind, the water wait list, and here you go again. And so, Cambrians, time to change the status quo. Vote them out. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Christina Tobin.
Well, that's a tough one to follow. I'm Christina Tobin, the founder of the Free and Equal Elections Foundation. Been an advocate for bringing about accountability within our elections for almost 20 years of my life now. And at the recent or previous meeting, I discussed issues of what I've experienced in my last 3-4 months that I've been or so attending these board meetings, from issues of seeing Amanda Rice skip twice. She should have been president or vice president, procedure there, to her being to so many on here, to the Forest Committee, her being bullied off the Forest Committee. Amanda Rice respectfully told me that herself, and I feel a lot of her decisions, sometimes with the pressure of the board, creates a divide between her and the people, and I think she will rise beyond that. Being bullied by Greg Sanders, myself, multiple times. Oh, excuse me. I said it before. Won't bring it up again. The water rate hikes, the second one, after that hike happening, them removing the penalty fee, the huge development, some people say on the rise in Cambria, that water wait list conflict of interest. I have recently learned, Gail, you're on that list. That does seem to be a conflict, in my opinion. The CSD allegedly faking the water emergency in order to build the diesel plant without permits so they could open up the water rate list to new development and have the current ratepayer cover it all. I hope that's not the case. It seems that maybe. The time of the meeting, I've been very patient. The fact that's not on the agenda today, yes, maybe it'll be discussed in June, and this is just time of the meeting. People want this in the evening. 4 p.m. I think is great. 4 to 8 p.m. once a month, great compromise. And so again, the CSD board, I feel, are only elected or appointed for that matter because not enough people are involved in our local elections. So for all of you, I could see behind, I passed out this flyer. Ed Asner, Emmy Award-winning actor, Mary Tyler Moore Show, former two-term president of the Screen Actors Guild, has come out very vocal saying, urges Cambrians to get involved in local elections. He says, attend the meetings, join in, speak out, speak up, tear down if it's corrupt. It is a means of encouraging people in this country to act up, to occupy the seats of power, and make public response realizable. We lack so much of that in this country. With gerrymandering, the good old boy techniques, it's time for the present generation of Americans to say enough, elect, choose, and let the candidates come from the people once, not the parties. And so I welcome Ed Asner to come to Cambria. He's told me that he will be coming in here. We will be moderating at a panel in Las Vegas at Freedom Fest in July. And on electoral reform, talking about voter access, voter fraud, gerrymandering, bringing about accountabilities within our local elections. So on that end, I do welcome everybody. June 26th, we'll be holding in the town of Cambria. You'll see it on Cambria Current, social media, open salon gathering, really Cambrians community gathering. So thank you so much for that. Your time, and if you want to see the interview, go to freeandequal.org. It's time to get involved. Thank you for being here today. Let's run for office and replace most, if not a majority, of the board.
Next on public comment, we have Susan Piera.
It's Piedra.
Piedra?
Piedras Blancas.
Piedra. Oh, I'm sorry. They
It's
did.
okay.
Piedra.
It's okay. It gives people trouble. I certainly don't want to distract from the super, super important things that we have going on at this meeting. But I'm sort of new in town, 3 years, and I noticed that as I drive in now with our fawns jumping all over the road on Ardith, I don't know who could be responsible for maybe a few extra signs to slow down its fawn season. That would really be great. And I don't know if the CCSD has anything to do with that, but just a little avocation here for our deer, okay, and our babies. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to follow up with you at the break. I feel very strongly about that. Thank you. Next, Jerry McKinnon.
Jerry McKinnon, don't worry, it's black coffee. I'm standing up here all by myself. I guess because I'm the only one who believes in your integrity and your performance, and I appreciate very much what you have done on behalf of Cambria. Thank you very much. Now, shifting the water source from an emergency to general use, I think should be given great consideration by this town. I don't know how many here live in a mobile home. I think probably everyone here lives in a house that was constructed on property in Cambria. That means they took advantage of something somewhere along the line. Now, there are a lot of people who have bought property in Cambria with the intent of building a house sometime. Not to just have their trees cut down because they get old and tired, but because they intended to build a house in Cambria and live here. Now, I don't know how many Cambrians are here in the retirement age and how many live someplace else and come back and forth, but my neighbor next door does. But the opportunity for these people who invested money in Cambria to build a house to fit their needs, I think is appropriate. Now, we can't say that we are a closed community because there are no gates, there are no fences, except around personal property. But people should be entitled to do what their plan was in the beginning. Now, if they want to counter the kind of thing allowing people to build their house, I would suggest going to the county, because the county is the one who put the limitation on the number of houses that can be built here, not the CCSD board, not the general manager, but the county decided that there would be X number of houses allowed in Cambria. Now, because we have a water supply now that will meet the need for maybe one house to be built, or whatever it is, more power to it. Because that house is going to bring dollars into this community by paying property taxes that aren't being paid now except for a piece of vacant land, but their property taxes will go up. They will also be adding dollars to the sewer project, the enterprise funds, I believe they're called. And there will be more dollars in the enterprise funds because of these people being allowed to build a house in Cambria. Now, the other side of it, I live on a dirt road, and people have no respect for people who live on dirt roads when they drive the road because the dust is just flying all over the place. And I really don't look forward to seeing lumber trucks and concrete trucks going down my road. But I believe in the American system, where if you follow the rules and do by the rule, you are be allowed this thing that we call freedom. And that's the freedom that we are trying to, some people are trying to block. And I think that's not American at all. Thank you very much. And once again, I approve of your performances. And Mr. Gerber, do you need any more quarters? Let me know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just seeing Jerry here wearing his American Legion hat and his poppy reminds me that Monday is Memorial Day, and Memorial Day ceremonies are at 11 a.m. outside the flagpole with the barbecue to follow, and it'd be nice to see a lot of you folks out there that we see every month at CCSD meetings, so it'd be appreciated to see you folks there.
Thank you. Okay, we will move now into 6A. We have a request for public comment on 6A. First from Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
We hear it first.
Beg your pardon? We tend to go before we start. Okay. Again, I'm willing to work with you. If you would prefer public comment after General Manager, in fact, that would probably be a good idea. Fine. But yes, you're very welcome. Okay, we'll start then with the General Manager's report. And so, General Manager Gruber.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, board members. I'm going to spend a little bit of extra time on the General Manager's report. There seems to be some clarification, and hoping that Director Sanders and Bob Greshams can help me on this. And then I would ask that Patrick O'Reilly, our finance manager, you know, we kind of usually just breeze over the finance manager's report, but I think there's some important components in that report, especially with regards to the cash that we have on hand and the recent clean audit that we had. And so I want Patrick just to spend a few minutes, if it's okay with the board. There's been some discussion regarding the correspondence from the Coastal Commission Executive Director, who is an interim, to the Planning Commission, and we're fully aware of those correspondence. And Erilyn Singlewald from the County of San Luis Obispo has been CC'd on some of those emails back and forth. And I think because the executive director is new and has a great deal of things on his plate right now, that there was some misinformation possibly being distributed, even amongst his own staff members. So here was, let me finish, please. I respectfully listened to everybody out there, so if you would give me a few minutes, I'd really appreciate that. Thank you. Erilyn wrote back to the executive director of the Coastal Commission with this response. Thanks for the link. He was referring to the Tribune article. And as we discussed on the phone, this is Erilyn speaking, the emergency coastal development permit is not set to expire in June. The emergency coastal development permit does not have an expiration date. It is valid as long as the district is in a stage 3 water shortage emergency or until action is taken on the regular coastal development permit. The expiration date for the district is to respond to the planning department's incomplete letter. And what Erlen is referring to is the correspondence dated July 15th, 2014 from the Department of Planning and Building relating to our application. And so there was an application submitted, and there was criteria within that application that they've asked us to complete. Now, we met with Erlen yesterday, and we just clarified with him that we thought in order to answer some of these questions within the application process that all these things would have to be addressed in the EIR, and he said that's necessarily not the case. The expiration date for the district, and let me continue to read this, the expiration date is for the district to respond to the planning department's incomplete letter, as I just indicated. If we were not to issue another extension, the emergency coastal development permit would not expire. Rather, the district would have to apply for a new regular follow-up coastal development permit. So the application would be incomplete. It would not result in us having to turn off the emergency water facility. A little bit more, if I could just spend a few more minutes. So there's been quite a bit of reference to the letter generated on May 16th. That was my birthday, by the way, so I don't think that was an intentional, but happy 57th birthday, Jerry. So this is from John Ainsworth, the acting executive director. And we all know there's 4 points identified within this letter. The CCSD has modified the project in a manner inconsistent with requirements of the existing emergency coastal development permit. And I'd like to thank Kathy Tanner for quoting me on my response to that. But the response was, the project has not been modified. It operates under the same emergency coastal development permit and the same conditions that were originally approved as noted above. The CCSD is actively engaged in the preparation of a comprehensive EIR for the project in conjunction with their pending application for a regular coastal development permit. There is no new development application being processed by the county. So that was number 1. And I hope this clarifies, hopefully for everybody. The CCSD has operated the project on a non-emergency purposes. The CCSD performed initial operations testing the new project after it was constructed and fully permitted by the Regional Water Quality Control Board during the winter of 2015, while still under contract with the design builder. As you know, public works projects on this size and cost require immediate testing to ensure they function properly and to gain operation experience. It is my understanding the project has been operated in late summer and early fall of 2015 to help avoid a negative hydraulic gradient between the San Simeon wells and the wastewater effluent percolation ponds. Number 3, the CCSD is out of compliance with the emergency coastal development permit. And they reference that we're supposed to be submitting reports on a regular basis, letting them know what's going on with regards to this. All well levels and pumping level are contained in my monthly general manager's report that is presented as part of the everyday CCSD regular board of directors meeting, and it's provided to the county as posted on the CCSD website. Number 4, and I'm not reading all the details associated, I'm reading the captions associated with them. Before the CCSD can continue operations, the facility must be modified in a manner not authorized by the existing emergency coastal development permit. Again, we just want to clarify the project is fully operational as currently constructed. Although it is my understanding that CCSD is looking into alternative methods to handle brine disposal, this is me speaking, and analyzing them in the draft EIR, the evaporation ponds and blowers are fully permitted. We're also unaware of any water quality issues with the San Simeon Creek and the aquifer that would not be within the county's jurisdiction in this case. So those are our responses, and so I think there was a misunderstanding, and rightfully so, I think. We can do a better job, but there will be a time, an extensive amount of time, for the Coastal Commission and their staff to be fully engaged with the CCSD and staff and our ad hoc committee, and that's when the draft EIR goes out. and that's part of the public review process. We're having a conference call with Dan Carl and Tom Luster next week, and we'll be talking about this. And we did meet with planning commission or planning department staff yesterday, and they'll be responding. I think probably in a similar manner that I just read from regarding these clarifications. So there'll be a time, and I'll speak briefly about the EIR in my general manager's report, but we originally said July. It's going to be August now, and couple month delay. But historically, EIRs, and I did some research on our water master plan, that was a couple-year process. And it should be the goal of this board and staff, Bob and myself, and working with Michael Baker International, is to make sure that we have a document that is well thought out and ironclad as possible. We can anticipate, and this is unfortunate, that it will result in litigation, not necessarily because it's not a good, solid EIR. It's just because that's just the way it'll go, and that's unfortunate. So I'd like to continue on my general manager's report, and as the senator indicated, we had some really good productive meetings up in Sacramento. And it was interesting, he referenced Felicia Marcus, and she has a strong operational background, so we hit it off. She's not an engineer, she's not necessarily an administrator, but she has a strong engineering background, or administrative background, operations background. So I got to talk with her about this project. We'll start out by welcoming William Hollingsworth. I've had the opportunity to work with William on 3 or 4 different occasions, and I mentioned those in my general manager's report, through the budget process, through his vision of what the transitioning from CAL FIRE, the staffing of his department, through the interview process, which President Robinette and Vice President Thompson sat on. We're going to be just fine with William at the helm. We really are. So I wanted to touch on that. There's been some talk recently about our local hazard mitigation plan. That has been circulated to 3 approved FEMA companies that will be working on, bidding on that. Requests for qualifications have gone out. On April 8th, the San Luis Obispo County Department of Planning and Building took the final action relating to the Cambria Community Services District and the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch, a minor use permit, coastal development permit related to the continued removal of dead trees on the ranch. There's 3 projects, 3 test projects that have been identified. One is moving forward in their acre plots, and so we're going to continue to remove dead trees and foliage off the ranch, which is a good thing. Staff, in conjunction with pros and the ad hoc committees and the BRP Citizens Committee, continue to make progress on all 3 of the goals adopted by the CCSD Board of Directors. I'd like to take a moment to go into more details. So we've talked about the EIR lately. It is a document that should take time to create. And the BRP committee has been formed. There's been subcommittees appointed. And staff's role in this has been just to support them with the documentation they want. I think it would be helpful, maybe in June, Madam President, if I was to go over the criteria of an EIR. Now, there's some folks out there that probably know it better than I do, but it's a very lengthy process, and there are certain things that have to be addressed and mitigated. One of those is growth. And so I think the BPR committee, the Build-Out Reduction Committee, they're doing a great job. Myself, Bob, Patrick, Monique, and Haley, we're supporting them with all the documents that they need. So the EIR process is moving forward. I think we're making significant progress in that. And Bob works, and I work almost every other day with RBF on the things that are important to the components of that EIR. Yes, we are looking at doing away with the brine pond. Yes, we're looking at making that into a potable water source, not a source, but a storage for the community, not only for firefighting capabilities, but for drinking water capabilities. And so that's a good thing for the community. It's consistent with what was mentioned at one point in time before we chose this sustainable water facility regarding off-site storage or reservoirs. It's going to be literally a small reservoir. So the complexity of those things associated with that take a little extra work on everybody's time. The second goal for the board was the East Ranch Park. We're working with the Pros Commission. Those meetings are the first Tuesday of every month here in this building. We'd encourage you to come and attend those. We're working with Civil Design Studios and FIRMA, and we're working closely with the county. The county has a checklist, and on that checklist are some environmental related issues and that need to be checked off, and we're working with those. And two of those are some grading issues and ADA, accessible issues or handicap issues. So we're making progress on that. And third, I think, and most importantly, is some of the comments that I've heard regarding our crumbling infrastructure. I think we can all agree that it needs work. But let's talk specifically about the wastewater treatment plant in the 5 years that I've been here. And then we'll talk a little bit more about this in the budget. We have a really good supervisor down there now. His name is John, and he has a strong maintenance background. And I think that's one of the things that we've lacked in the past is somebody with a strong maintenance background. And we're doing some really important things down at the wastewater treatment plant. The influence screen, for one thing, the design of that, the construction of that, the installation of that. The influence screen was never built or designed as part of that wastewater treatment plant, and so it's allowed inorganics to come into the plant for an extended period of time, years, and building up in the plant. So we're going to be addressing that. We've addressed a lot of safety concerns down there as far as lighting. We're addressing handrail concerns. We're addressing pumps and blowers and electrical costs and gearboxes. One of the things that we're doing is we have 2 digesters down there, and those handle the biosolids. And we're literally taking those down and emptying them and believe that we can operate the plant only on one of those or possibly not even any of them and just put the biosolids directly into our sludge press. So there's a lot of good operational changes. And one of the things that I would like to say that we've done down there is our nitrate levels, and I'm not going to be over technical about this, but our nitrate levels for many years were running in the 30 milligrams per liter. And we have nitrate levels leaving that facility now that are below detectable levels. So those are the good things that are happening. We're putting out a quality of water that surpasses an advanced treatment facility, and ammonia nitrates and NO3 nitrates. Those are things that have been put into place. So those are the 3 goals. We're making significant progress on the 3 goals, I think, that this board decided to undertake. The fiscal year 2016-2017 budget, again, it represents a continued focus on public safety. It represents a continued focus on infrastructure improvements. And we're proposing an internal loan from the general fund for the wastewater treatment plant because we want to continue to make those improvements to the wastewater treatment facility, and we're going to continue to do that. Just if you would, just a few more minutes. We have facilities and resources. Well, we have administration. This is Monique's. It talks a little bit about the recruitment process. We did hold wastewater 2 interviews, wastewater 2 operator interviews, and unfortunately, the good candidate that we did have withdrew. And so we're going to have to reopen those, but that talks about the recruitments that we're doing. Carlos with facilities and resources has listed everything that's going on the ranch and what he's doing in his department. And as I go through this, again, these reports have all been added over the years. If you look back and you go onto our P drive, in the past, the general manager's report consisted of a brief report by the finance manager and a brief report by the district engineer. It did not include a report from the administrative services officer, nor from the wastewater supervisor or the facilities and resources supervisor or from the wastewater or from the other departments, fire departments. They're all included now. So we're doing a much better job in including as much as we can. The engineering report is here, and Captain Hollingsworth went over the fire department's efforts. Now, if you go, and everybody, most folks out there has, if you go to page 1 of the finance manager's report, what I asked Patrick to do when he came on board as our finance manager, and I've asked William to do the same thing, is I want them to be their own supervisors, their own managers, and I want them to create their own reports. About a year ago, one of the directors asked us to provide them more information regarding our revenues and expenditures. And I think Patrick's done a good job on that. If you look at the finance manager's report, it has all the information that you could ever want from about where we are financially. One thing I do want to touch on where we are financially is that we're sitting about $5.2 million right now. And I'll have Patrick elaborate a little bit more on this, but of that $5.2 million, there is a certain amount designated specifically for the sustainable water facility. If you also look in here, it really has a detailed outline about what this facility has cost this community. And I think it goes into great detail. And so the figures that I hear periodically about it being, you know, a $20 million facility or a $13 million or $25 million facility just is not true. There is money set aside under mitigation measures. What does that mean? Well, when we get to the coastal development permit, regular coastal development permit, the Coastal Commission is going to have conditions that they're going to ask us to do. And so we've set money aside in a responsible manner that would allow us to meet those conditions. But also, unfortunately, a portion of this money should be anticipated for future litigation against the EIR and this project in general. And I bring that up because at the end of my general manager's report, the Land Watch suit so far has cost us about $217,000. And we do go to court tomorrow. I'm sure some of you are aware of that. But to put that in a proper perspective, $250,000 was the amount built in to the most recent rate study relating to wastewater for plan improvements. And that represents about 87% of that $250,000 on an annual basis. So that money, whether it would be used in wastewater or repairing some of the pipes that the gentleman referred to earlier, or apparatus for our fire department, I think we can all agree that that money could be spent in other areas other than litigation. So I'm hoping that the EIR is not challenged, that we just support and get public input, and that the process moves forward in our regular coastal development permit. With that being said, Madam President, if it's all right with you and the board, I would like Patrick just to spend a couple minutes, because the district financially is in better shape than it's been in quite a while. You'll look at some of the graphs many years ago, and it shows that we had a lot more money on hand, but we committed to building this facility. And since I've been the general manager, this board has allowed me, and I want to thank them for that, they've allowed me to spend a lot of money on infrastructure that really wasn't budgeted, just out of necessity. And I believe as we present the budget here pretty soon, they'll continue to allow us to do that, because there's a great deal of catch-up. So with that, Patrick, if you'd like to go over your finance manager's report, that'd be great.
Sure. Madam President, members of the board, and members of the public, I mostly just want to talk about the cash balance. At the end of April, we had $5,855,000 in cash, with $35,000 in checks outstanding, which gave us a balance of $5,819,000 in cash available for district business. The bulk of that belongs in the general fund, although I need to point out that we've collected $13.2 million in revenues for the sustainable water facility. We've only spent $11.1 million on that facility, so there's a little over $2 million that we have in cash that's completely dedicated to the sustainable water facility, leaving about a little over $3 million for the general fund. The other thing I did was on the very first page of this report, I made a mistake when I was first here a little over a year ago when I prepared the state compensation report. I misrepresented the general manager's salary I included things in the wrong column. I didn't understand how they put it together at the state. And so on the first page of my report, I've shown how it was reported and the accurate amounts. The accurate amounts have been forwarded to the state. I don't know how long it takes them to put them in, but at some point in time, I'm hoping that they will be updated. But for 2014, I reported that he had $190,000 in salary because I included salary, deferred compensation, health vacation, buyback, and auto allowance all in his salary, and it wasn't all supposed to go in there. He really only had a salary of $159,000. So that was my mistake. It's posted on our website. Hopefully, fairly soon, it'll be posted on the state's website. Any questions?
Yes, I saw, okay. Director Rice?
Thank you, President Robinette. Can you tell me how much of the 2 million, you said there's this difference between, is there still an amount outstanding on the capital costs on the facility?
No, we don't have any accounts payable on the facility. We've received a total of $13,321,000. The board has approved expenditures of $12,910,000, but we haven't spent that money yet. We haven't incurred those costs. We have actually incurred $11,105,000 in expenditures, but we don't have any payables now.
Okay. The reason I asked that question is originally when we looked at when we were looking at the grant money and the loan, we were going to use some of the grant money to pay off the loan, and I know that we had a grace period that we didn't get the grant money before that grace period fell out, but maybe that's a policy discussion the board would like to undertake based on the additional things that it sounds like are still approved that we still have to spend money on for that project, but I don't know if it's even worth the time to try and talk to the bank to try and pay that back, because I know it reduces the overall amount of interest we have to pay in the long run, so maybe that's something that we could agendize or talk about at some point.
Can I respond to that? There were two provisions in the loan. The first provision said if you can do this by August the 15th, you can prepay the loan back. The second provision says if you have more money than you need, you should apply it to future loan payments. It's already in there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me, any other questions from the board? Okay, then before we move on to ad hoc reports, I do have a request for public comment here then on 6A. We have several. So we'll start first on 6A with Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Madam President, may I just have one, and I apologize, Elizabeth, if you'd come up.
Sorry.
General Manager's report, one other thing, there is a written report by Senator Dean Flores in here, and I'm sorry if the public didn't get it, but it's dated May 26th, which is today, and it talks about strategic advisory work, identifying grant funding, education and strategic, pertinent legislative information, government outreach. Very, very comprehensive report by Senator Flores, and so if anybody would need that, let me know a couple days in advance. He's done a pretty good job about including a written report, and my apologies for not getting that information. We'll make sure we get a stack of these. I'll ask Monique to put a stack of these at the back, so when folks come in to the board meeting, they can get a written report of Senator Flores' report. But I apologize for interrupting, and I just wanted to add that.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you, Madam President. Elizabeth Bettenhausen from Cambria. And if I may just get clarity on what the general manager just said, do we need to ask the general manager within the next couple of days for Mr. Flores's written report for this meeting, and then in the future the copies will be out? I didn't quite understand. How do we get access to the written report now done for this meeting?
They're usually, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know where Monique went, but they're usually part of the board packet.
There is a one-pager in this board packet right now.
Correct, and that's it.
Oh, that's it?
That's it.
Oh.
Okay, so usually they're part of the electronic, but for some reason, if they're lost in cyberspace or something like that, usually they're included as part of the board packet, and so that would be the way to get it off the internet. But again, if you need it, just give us a holler and we'll make sure we get you one.
Thank you. I already printed it out, so I didn't have any trouble getting it. I was impressed with the ability of the lobbyist to eliminate all references to percentage of work done, given my rather pointed comments at your last meeting. So congratulations, sir, wherever you are. I want to make a couple of comments. This is already blinking yellow, even though I was simply clarifying the general manager's comment.
I think you have a good 30 seconds beyond the bell.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I would like to agree very much with Jerry McKinnon in his articulation of the perspective that he has. And I want to make it very clear. In the United States of America right now, we have a cosmic clash between Jerry's perspective and mine, to be audacious about it. And we have a real struggle, friends, to help each other understand what the future is. Now, point number 2, I have submitted a PRR for the Adaptive Management Plan annual report that you are required to submit to Fish and Wildlife, etc. I have not received that, but it is a crucial report, and I urge you, if you do not do it regularly, Madam President, to spend at least 1 hour every week, all your board members, reading the Adaptive Management Plan and asking whether it is sufficient unto the day of the EIR that will come in an unspecified date in the future. I would like to ask 2 questions of the finance manager through you, Madam President, of course. On page 2 of the finance manager's report, it says, quote, first, because $60,000 in penalties were collected last year and none were collected this year, and second, there were $31,000 plus in adjustments this year, while only $7,000 in adjustments last year. I have a question. How much consideration have you, board members, through your president, given to the effect of your dropping the surcharges? This is a significant amount of dollars, and you have shortcut us in the budget process by all the surcharge money, and somebody I was talking to about it today said, how come they did that? I said, I never heard any reasons for the pro vote on dropping the surcharges. I would like to know what the adjustments are. I've talked with the finance manager. He assured me they were just the usual ones. In my life anymore, nothing's usual, friends. And if we don't get specified what these adjustments always are, how do we understand the budget? Finally, I know my 30 seconds is going to be up, but I want to raise a real question that I just heard that just came to my mind. If we now spend, since January 1 to the end of April, according to the budget stuff, the expenditures, $4,737 on the evaporation pond electricity. But the plant hasn't run since 31 December. What are we doing with that? Now I hear we might turn it into a potable water storage area. Friends, thank you, Madam President. I love your T-motions. The second graders and I now do knuckles, and we get our symbols clear in math and otherwise. But I will spare you all the rest of this because I ran out of time. But you can rest assured Elizabeth is still looking at budget, and I'll harass you friendly for every meeting you've got on that issue. Sorry, Mr. Behringer. When I can, I do stay for budget.
Next. And next on 6A, we have Christine Tobin.
Hi, it's Christina Tobin, and so if you'd like to hold up your sign, we are tapped out, this would be a great time to do it, because I'm going to really report on the behalf of an organization called Taxpayers United of America titled Cambria Community Services District Fleecing Taxpayers, or Ratepayers for that matter. My father, Jim Tobin, is the founder of Taxpayers United America. It's one of the largest taxpayer organizations in America. TWA has saved taxpayers across the country billions of their hard-earned dollars through research, education, and activism since the organization's founding in 1976 in Chicago, Illinois. And the residents of Cambria have become alarmed in the recent months by financial concerns related to the CCSD and its general manager, Jerry Gruber, and rightfully so. The proposed 6-year contract with an overall 38% increase was not acceptable for Cambria ratepayers. As reported by Karen Veely of the Cal Coast News, I'm sure the Cambrian as well, done great work on that. Less than 2 months after the CCSD increased the water and sewer rates by 116% to make up for funding deficits, the board began negotiations regarding a new contract for Mr. Gruber in January and February 2016 before the Proposition 218 protest had been finalized on February 12, 2016. The proposed pay increase for Mr. Gruber was withdrawn from the April 28th agenda and is now scheduled to be discussed in closed session at the end of today's meeting. Of the 56 positions at the CCSD, 34 are eligible for government pensions. That's a stunning 60% of the workforce and a sizable future liability for the ratepayers of Cambria. Here's a smoking gun. If Mr. Gruber retires at the age of 65 from the CCSD, his current salary and over the course of a normal lifetime estimated pension payout will total more than $1.1 million. At nearly $68,000 annually, if the CCSD Board of Directors approves this pay rate, this will be more than $1.5 million. Now, this is a conservative estimate for his pension and does not include other benefits or other factors which may spike his numbers even higher. I think it is fair to point out that his pension may be even more. And we're not including what he is getting from Big Bear, working there 4 years, Atherton 2.5 years, Florida for 18 years. That's a lot of pensions. And so all the letters in the Cambrians, from what I can see for the most part, are against the salary increase. The Cambrians have expressed themselves clearly on this matter. Some have suggested broadening the search for applicants interested in the GM's position currently held by Mr. Gruber for a reasonable salary and benefit for a town of 6,000, only 6,000. We have many important issues that need to be addressed, and raising Gruber's salary is not one of them. As the CCSD finally continues to increase the number of employees despite the decrease of our population, the magnitude of the utility of the rate will grow exponentially for ratepayers to fund salaries, benefits, and pensions for retired government employees. On behalf of the ratepayers of Cambria, we urge the CCSD Board of Directors finally not to give him a contract for more than 1 year, which would be evaluated annually based on his performance, and that his compensation for salary and benefits not be increased. As we feel, I'm almost done, my next comment will be very short. Being more than adequately compensated, Cambria should consider other candidates who are willing to replace Gruber at a more affordable rate rather than maintaining the status quo and increasing the ratepayers' burden on your residents. Thank you.
Tina Dickinson.
Tina Dickinson. Well, again, all I hear from the general manager is spin, spin, spin. For you to be so demeaning to the acting executive director of the Coastal Commission, who happens to have been there for a very long time, Mr. Gruber. I think you need to do your
this to me as
you need
recall.
to do your homework before you make those statements. You don't do anything to help the relationship, like happened with state parks. You're not helping the relationship when you make these very demeaning comments. I'm sure he's very well aware of what his position is, he in his position is capable of doing. In regards to Mr. Ainsworth's letter to Mr. Bergman and CC to Mr. Gruber, yes, they have 4 specific reasons to not extend the emergency CDP. The CCSD has modified the project in a manner inconsistent with the requirements of the existing CDP. Time does not permit me to go into that further, but I'm sure you've all read it. 2, the CCSD has operated the project for non-emergency purposes. 3, the CCSD is out of compliance with the emergency CDP. And 4, Before the CCSD can continue operations, the facility must be modified in a manner not authorized by the existing emergency CDP. When you say, Mr. Gruber, in the Cambrian, you're quoted that, yes, it ran during the tracer test. I checked my CCSD bills. I have 3 CCSD bills that have the production charge prior to it being turned off December 31st, and they were not when the tracer test was running. So to say that it hasn't been running, and is a joke. I've got the bills to prove it, and I'm sure every other Cambrian that gets a bill does too. The other issue with this is that the county's LCP, the local coastal plan, requires an expiration date on a permit. The project has been built, and Cambria ratepayers have been charged for water produced from the facility, yet there is still no draft EIR, and of course, no regular coastal development permit. Who are you kidding? And when you threaten, when you actually say you're anticipating litigation on the draft EIR, why don't you just do things properly? You ignored the ISMND from July 22nd of 2014. You ignored every single thing. And then you found out, oh, there are all these issues that have cost more money. You have not done this project in the way that was befitting yourselves or responding to the agencies and to we, the Cambrians, who are paying for it. So stop the spin. And again, Cambrians, we don't have to put up with this anymore. Get rid of them. Thank you.
Sherry Bell?
Sherry Bell. I'm really not prepared for this. This is the first time I've spoken in front of this board, but it's just because I'm just so outraged at what is happening to Cambria by this board. In listening to the general manager's report, I suggest it was not a report. It was a general manager's excuse, especially in regards to the comments regarding the letter from the Coastal Commission. Now, in that Coastal Commission letter, there's a footnote. The emergency CDP states, this emergency permit authorizes the construction and operation of an emergency brackish water supply project to serve existing development with the CCSD's service area. And condition 2 states, this emergency permit is valid until such time that the CCSD declared stage 3 water shortage emergency is ended, or the project has been authorized to continue to serve existing development through approval of a regular coastal permit, whichever is sooner. I have a little more confidence in the California Coastal Commission than I do our general manager. And my other question, why do we have a sustainable water project anyway? Why did you rebrand this? This is an emergency water supply project. And then regarding the Landwatch lawsuit, the money that we're spending, we lament, the general manager laments the amount we have to spend on this Landwatch. How about lamenting what he's proposing or what is being proposed for his Congress? I lament that. The Landwatch lawsuit is of your own making. That is of your own making. And like I said, I've just been scribbling notes as I've been listening here, and I can hardly find what I have. But we have, the Cambrians, we have been the object of a bait and switch. You said it was going to be one thing, and then as soon as you got your nose under the tent, then you turned it into something else. I don't like to have something rebranded. Don't bait and switch me. And you violated the terms of the emergency water permit. That's why we have a Landwatch lawsuit. And I don't want to hear about, oh, poor us, $250,000 and counting. We could have used this here and we could have used this there. That seems to be about the only area that this board and this general manager is even concerned that we're spending money. How about on the lobbyist? How about on the spin doctor he's got up there? How about on someone that can answer the phone before 10 and after 3, a couple days a week? It's so outrageous. I can't wait for this fall to come let's replace at least 3, and let's dump the other 2. And also, since I have
Thank you.
because I have a few extra seconds, as everyone else has, this salary is ridiculous. This proposed contract is ridiculous.
Thank you.
It should be based on merit. It's not just, pay me or I'm going to go find another job. Don't let the door hit you in the fanny.
Okay. Next, Mary Webb.
Mary Webb, Cambria, 27 years, almost 28 now. Wow, what a lot of great energy. Thank you so much for people showing up. This is absolutely wonderful. I used to have that kind of energy, now I'm just mostly tired. What the CCSD did, in case people wonder, is they baited and switched us, just exactly what Sherry Bell just said. We were going to have a portable, temporary brackish water plant to cost $1 to $2 million, then it was $4 million, then it was $6 million, then it was not to exceed $8.9 million. And with the $8.9 million, we were going to get a grant for $3.75 million and reduce the $8.9 million to something around $6 million. It was going to be so cheap in August of 2014. And what happened? No, it was never going to be 8.9, was it? You lied to us. You knew all along, and Mr. Gruber just confirmed it. What you built was a public works project by telling the community they were out of water. You scared people. You told them sand was coming out of their taps. You told them that we were going to virtually dry up and become a ghost town. Elderly people here got scared, and they went ahead and allowed you to do what you did, and you lied to them. You spent $13 million. You took the 8.9, you added the $4 million. You got a better grant, which is great. You got $4 million. You added that onto the 8.9 million, and the project is at least $13 million, not including $4 million in interest. That, to me, Mr. Gruber, is $17 million. Not only is it $17 million, this project is based on an EIR from 1999. You have been trying to build something like this for 25 years with no other options for our community. It has been desalination or nothing. All the money you've spent as a board on staffs, engineers, lawyers has been to build a desalination plant. No reservoir, no nothing, no pond, no nothing. It's always been desal or nothing. Basically, then, all of the staff salaries for the past 25 years have gone to this project. I call that 30, 40, 60 million? How much money have we spent at this board of the last, and what do we still have? Infrastructure projects that need to be done. Rodeo Grounds Pump Station. Oh, these need to be done. And Mr. Gruber says we're lacking a wastewater treatment plant operator with a strong maintenance background. No, we're not. We're lacking the intention and the will to fix the infrastructure because you're only serving the wait list. Build-out reduction committee, guess what it's filled with? The wait list. Everyone, it's unbelievable. You all need to be thrown out on your ears. I wish we could have done a recall, but you know, you keep us really busy here. Everything in the paper about the Executive Committee Director Ainsworth, he's a 27-year vet of the Coastal Commission. That is all for the subject of the lawsuit tomorrow. I hope you get reamed, which is getting us reamed, and it is your fault.
Okay. We'll move on then to 6B, unless did you have some comments?
Yes, Madam President, just a few, and I took some brief notes to clarify, and then Bob has a comment on the tracer study. I look forward to working with the Executive Director of the Coastal Commission. Something as simple, and I would ask that the folks here would do the same. A simple phone call to pick up the phone and just say, hey, can we talk about these things? Because let me finish, please. Because when you don't do that, what happens is a great deal of time and effort on everyone's part, civil servants, that is not necessary. And I think I would encourage everyone as we move forward in this EIR process to do that. And I look forward to meeting with the executive director, and my comments were not demeaning. I think that they represent something more important in the public sector, and that's on both parts, is that there needs to be a continuous and ongoing open line of communication. Something as simple as, hey, Jerry, I just want to go over these things with you. What's your thoughts on those? Would have probably been able to allow us to get beyond the exchange of letters and things like that. So I look forward to working with them. And as Tom Lester indicated, and if I had it here, as Tom Lester indicated in the article, he said that continued effort will hopefully result in the regular coastal development permit being put on the consent calendar and it not being an appeal. And that, I really applaud him for that, because by saying that, Mr. Lester indicates and believes that we can get to that point. And I believe that too. And so I applaud the California Coastal Commission in saying that if we continue to work together, that when this does come before them, we anticipate it being on the consent. And I think that represents government at all levels and how it should work. The other
I'm sorry,
the other one that I wanted to say is state parks. I think we have a very good working relationship with state parks, not only since Mr. Franco left, but since the interim. President Robinette and myself have met with her several times, and the new park director up there, the new supervisor who's up there, we've met with him a couple different times. And the results of those meetings have been very promising, because what we want to be able to do is partner with them and put monitoring equipment on the pedestrian bridge there that would enable us to gather real-time environmental data as it relates to the creek and provide that to multiple other agencies throughout California. Those partnerships and those collaborative efforts are something that, and they're very pleased to hear that we're evaluating other brine disposal alternatives, because as you know, again, that was a point of concern for them and for some of the residents. So we heard those concerns. I'll let Bob comment on the tracer study. Regarding Ms. Webb's comments regarding the bait and switch, in this agenda packet there are well-level data. There are what we call the spaghetti chart. But if you recall, when you look at one of the graphs on this, we were brought to task, and rightfully so, and I was, that we allowed our water supply to get dangerously low. And the graph that I'm referring to shows the well levels in the San Simeon well field at about 2 feet, which is way below any safe level as far as the long-term impact it's going to have on our aquifers. In conjunction with that, if you remember, we were under a special authorization, if you will, for the Santa Rosa wells. The WBE well, Windsor Bridge East, had fallen below 3 feet. And you have to remember that during those times we were in the worst drought in California history. And so I believe, as a general manager, that this board did the right thing. And as a result of that, a successful Prop 218 was passed by an overwhelming majority of the community supporting the building and construction of the sustainable water facility. When we use the terminology desalinization, that's really an accurate terminology. A desal plant is something that has direct ocean intake. One of the things that I applaud this board for is looking at the alternatives that were presented to them by the Army Corps of Engineers and choosing the most viable and environmentally friendly and affordable option. That was the brackish water facility, the sustainable water facility. Now that sustainable water facility is comprised of 3 different components. And we know that. It's a saltwater wedge that migrates inward towards the 9P7 well. It's our wastewater effluent, which is now very low in nitrates, so the quality of that water is good. And it's the creek underflow, so it's those three components. It's a sustainable water facility, and it's really, technically, it's a brackish water facility. It's consistent with everything that the governor has done in regards to his drought declaration. It's the kind of project that he wants to see. And so as we talk about that brine pond, if you remember, and a lot of you have been here for a long time, that brine pond was a wastewater disposal pond at one time. It was put in secondary effluent in that pond. It's no longer doing that. So as we look at this plant, we need to look at it as one recycling water facility. We use our water in our homes, our businesses. It goes to the wastewater treatment plant. We treat it, and then we send it to our disposal ponds, and then that water migrates into the ground, and we withdraw it, and we treat it to this facility. So we're essentially not wasting any of our water. As far as the infrastructure goes, again, this board has been very supportive, and I'm a big advocate of continually improving our infrastructure. I'm really pleased that we have Justin as our water supervisor, and now John as our wastewater supervisor, and Bob and I, and we have been spending a lot of money. We need to continue to spend money on our infrastructure, on our wastewater treatment plant. I would encourage anyone, just like we give tours of the sustainable water facility, Director Rice and Director Behringer have been down there. They're our wastewater ad hoc committee. I want the budget committee to come down there and take a look at some of the things, the operational things. And I'd be more than happy to give a tour of the facility, because I think being, and Kathy wants me to give a tour of the facility, so wear jeans but I think it's important to see what we've done and what we're doing in the direction we're going with the wastewater treatment plant. And if Bob could just comment on the tracer study, that would be wonderful.
Sure, absolutely, Jerry. I can address some other points briefly to touch on them, maybe add on to what you said in some areas. There was a question about the billing and how the facility operated. So the tracer study was done in 2014, and that water was recycled, so it did not run through the facility. So the actual operation of the facility started in about January 20th of 2015, and then we stopped it in April, around the 17th of April, about a week earlier than planned, because we had found the nitrate concentration was above the permitted limit of 2.3. We were closer to what was about 50% of the level allowed for drinking water purposes, but it was still above the permitted amount. So we then stopped. We did some modifications to the wastewater plant to cause it to reduce nitrates. As Jerry indicated, nitrates are very low now. And then we restarted again in the late summer, fall period of 2015, around the 20th of September, and then ran till the end of December. So that's the period of time that the facility operated. That's probably reflected in the bills and the questions that came up on the billing. There's been a few comments about the letter and operating the facility for non-emergency purposes, and we had an unusual period of time in that early December, or early 2015 period. And I have a slide to try to explain this better. So if Jesse, if you could put that slide up, I'll talk about that some. Thank you. We had enough rainfall in December to start the creek flowing, and we started the facility on the 20th of January when there was a record low rainfall in January. We only had about a little over 0.3 of an inch of rain in January. So we're in this period of time where you can argue whether or not climate change exists or not. I personally believe it does, with this weather pattern we've been dealing with, because it's very unpredictable. And so in January, we were operating the facility. And once that slide comes up, I'll explain better. But we inject the water in a location that's a little higher up than normal when we're running that facility. Historically, our amount of water is down where the percolation ponds are at, which is a lower elevation. As you drive eastward on San Simeon Creek Road, you actually go up a little grade before you get to our well field, and that's where our injection well's at. So we're not, are you having trouble with the slide back there? I might have to pause here until the slide comes up, because I did. Let me go help them with the slide, and I'll come back if you can excuse me for a minute.
Bob, you're not leaving. No.
If we could, Madam President, maybe we could move on to the other agenda item, then we could come back to this if that's okay. Yeah, because I think the slide is really interesting, because one of the comments that were made were you were running the facility when the creek was not flowing, and so I think Bob, this slide just kind of knocks it out of the park and it really clarifies a lot of the comments that have been made under public comment.
Yes, I think it's important that we see the slide. I have seen the slide, so we'll give them a moment or two. We have had public comment period for 6A. Everyone's had their 3 minutes, and I can't give you 6 minutes. I need to move on. It's not a workshop. I'm sorry. Public comment is a period, and it's not throughout. And would you allow us to move on to 6B? We have a request for public comment on 6B.
This is a public comment. This is comment regarding what the general manager said.
It would have needed to come under the 3 minutes. And that was, his comments were in response to listening to public comment. He had made his presentation. He listened to everyone's public comments. He had, I appreciate what you're saying, but it would be that you've had 2 3-minute public comments during the general manager's report, which wouldn't be fair to the other people. And so would you please allow us to move on? I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. President Robinette, if I could just...
And he did give the report, but we would like to move on. Thank you so much.
President Robinette, if I could just make one more comment, and that's, I think we've heard a lot of rhetoric on this issue today, and I would urge everybody to read the article that Kathy Tanner wrote, because I think it's a very balanced article and provides some really good information. So I would urge everyone to read that article and, you know.
Thank you. And Mr. Gresham, now, if you would come back to your slide, you have it up here. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the slide up now. My apologies for that problem, but what I was pointing out here is I put this little slide together to the project, and you probably have seen this slide without some of these notes that I added, but you know, our facility is down here, and we inject water at this point. So this is our well field. The little hill that you go up is right about here, so this is a higher elevation than where we used to historically mound the water here by our percolation ponds. So I had an interesting discussion with our hydrogeologist on the project the other day, which got me thinking about this, because when I checked on, there were questions about creek flow. So I asked the operators, you know, where do you check for creek flow? Because they have a round sheet. It's right here by SS1, which is our well SS1 here in San Simeon. So they go over to the creek and they look for flow. If there's flow, they check a box on their round sheet, and that's what we go by, you know, on a regular basis. That's where they're checking flow. So I said, okay, well, we're putting the water here, so when the facility's operating, I asked the hydrologist, well, wouldn't that help cause the water to occur here? Because typically we went down here at a much lower elevation. Now we're going up here. And just to quote him, he said, absolutely. So, you know, we had a situation where we had some rainfall in December, caused the creek to flow. But then we started this in January when we had no rainfall to speak of. And we were running this thing, but it was actually helping us to create stream flow by putting the water here. So it was serving a positive purpose, even though people are arguing that it wasn't necessarily for an emergency purpose. So I'm trying to address the fact that we we had some unpredictability because of the climate variability we're dealing with, and whether that's climate change influenced or not, I tend to believe it is. But so that's why when I thought that was interesting to share with you that discussion I had with the hydrogeologist the other day, because I found it informative myself. And then, in the later fall of 2015, we did, avoid a negative gradient by running the facility. So it was very beneficial at that time during the year. The actual tracer study, the facility wasn't running. We were just recirculating the water back in roughly the, I want to say, September to October timeframe in 2014. So I hope that adds a little more information to discussion, maybe in response to a couple of the points that got raised earlier in the public comments.
Director Barringer?
Yeah, and I do believe that the board had made a decision that even though the plant was running for the tracer study, we weren't going to bill the customers for the operation because we felt that was just a test and it wasn't really useful. So the board specifically directed the staff not to bill during that period. And so that's why it didn't show up on their bills.
Thank you. Any other comments, Director Rice?
I know you're busy logging all kinds of data and information, and I'm hoping that the information that we got while it was running, not the initial test to make sure it worked, but the one where people were billed, this was like September to December of 15, correct? Is that right?
Actually, it was producing water, actually in production from about January 20th to April 17th, and again from September 20th to the end of December of 2015.
So we should have some actual data to use in the EIR. This is what I'm aiming for. Is I would like to see, since we do actually have something in the ground and we don't have to use theoretical impact numbers, I'm hoping that we're able to use this data. I'm sorry to hear that we still don't have the monitoring under the pedestrian bridge at the state parks, because we want to know what the effect is on the lagoon too, because that's one of the mitigation measures. And if that's not doing what we were expecting, we should probably be adapting, because that's what the adaptive management plan is supposed to be looking at, if I'm not mistaken. So I just wanted to put that out there. I hope that these numbers are helping us so that we can make sure what mitigations already are in place are doing what they're supposed to do, and if we need to alter them so they mitigate for what needs to happen, or that's what the experts are for. But thank you. I just want to make sure we get that information.
Just to give you a status.
Just a clarification for a minute. Are you talking about the total maximum daily load, or what are you talking about?
I'm talking about any of the data, monitoring data that we have on the streams that we're measuring when we're running the plant.
For constituents?
For what is the effect on the habitat? We've got an adaptive management plan that calls for certain things, and there's certain mitigations that were put into place, like to protect the lagoon, we're putting water into the lagoon. Well, are we measuring the effect on the lagoon? And if we are, let's make sure we're getting the effect we're hoping we were getting with the mitigation.
Yeah, I was just wondering if it ties into that report we had here. I think it was last year when our county, I think regional quality person was here making the presentation talking about the total maximum daily loads. And didn't he comment on the lagoon and the lowering in the nitrates?
Yeah, that was Howard Kolb, who gave a presentation from the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board on their draft total maximum daily load report that they produced. And they were proposing some water quality criteria for the lagoon to make sure the habitat's protected out in the lagoon. And during that presentation, it was interesting. He pointed out how our new project actually helps water quality, because it does remove things like nitrate through the reverse osmosis process. It removes probably 40 to 50% of the nitrate that we might be pulling out of that groundwater, and actually improves it. We have done some enhancements to the plant to make sure that the 100 gallon a minute design feature is helping the quality of the water. We did a change order to allow the operators a little more flexibility on that quality of that discharge of that 100-gallon-a-minute water, and it's been very positive. You know, I get excited because when I first got in this career many years ago, I worked at a wastewater plant, and we did a big project where we regionalized the wastewater system, and we actually built an advanced water treatment plant. And one of the exciting things I can remember as a young engineer is seeing fish that were in this filthy, dirty creek trying to swim up our outfall pipe and having a pristine, clear creek at the end of that project. And I kind of share that passion with this project, particularly when it comes to 100 gallons a minute of the mitigation water, or not mitigation, the design feature water that we designed into it. I think it's a green project. You know, we're going to make it even better, I think, with the EIR that we're working on, but there's a lot of opportunities. You can add solar power out there, help power it. So you not only are repurposing the water that's being lost at the ocean that was the treated wastewater, you know, you're recycling it. So it has a lot of good features, and we're going to continue improving it. That's why we're being careful on this EIR, and it's taken a little bit longer than we thought it would. But you know, I don't know if I've addressed all the points, but I just want to get that out there.
Can I, may I just?
Pardon me, we're back to Director Rice. I'm recognizing Director Rice.
My ideal result of having that data for the time when it was running is that we're proving that the mitigations we already have in place are being effective. That's the ideal. And if they're not, which is not the ideal, we can fix it. So I just wanted to say that I'm expecting that they're going to be proven out, that the mitigations we already have in place are functioning the way we expect. Just want to make sure that that was clear.
And I want to thank you for bringing that up, because I do recall it ties back a bit with Mr. Cole's report. In fact, on page 22 is where he said, actually, when our plant was running, we were actually enhancing the quality of the water. So those are things that, you know, they're the regulating agency, and so can't go beyond that. Okay, now let's.
May I just, I forgot to finish my thought with Director Rice too. I want to give you the status of the monitoring at the pedestrian well, because we actually have the equipment to do that remote monitoring. Jerry Gruber and I had a great meeting with Dan Fallett and Doug Baker back, I think it was on February 23rd of this year. And it was very positive to, yeah, let's go ahead and get your right of entry going. And it's been a matter of my workload, so I'm trying to balance that with the public records request, with the permit counter, with the EIR and everything else. We're doing our best, but you know, I think that's going to be a real positive, because that ties into the Central Coast monitoring program that the regional board runs. We'll be able to take that data and share it with the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, with state parks, with California Fish and Wildlife and other agencies, and make that data readily available. And it will be a benefit in protecting the habitat of that creek. So that's where we're at on it.
Thank you. Okay, if we don't have any further discussion on 6A, let's move to 6B and ad hoc reports and other related board member reports. Has anybody want to begin with? You want to do the wastewater?
I'm happy
Okay,
to.
Right.
We met at the wastewater treatment plant property, we being the wastewater ad hoc committee, which is Director Behringer and I, and I believe also Patrick was there, and the new wastewater supervisor, John Alchin. And was there somebody else? I feel like there was somebody else there. Who am I forgetting?
Oh, Bob.
The important guy, Bob. I'm sorry, Bob. And it was to go over what the improvements need to be done that they wanted to put into the budget that we're going to be talking about during the budget period today. So I want the rest of the board to be aware that that we did have a pretty full discussion on the amount of money that is in the budget for the wastewater improvements, and And we have, I think that what we've ended up with here is a fairly good, as minimal as it is, it will help us make that plant run more effectively, more efficiently, and the way that it's supposed to be running for the community. So I think it was a good meeting, and I'm really glad that we hired Mr. Alchin. He's a great guy. So well, he gave us a full tour, and you should, if you haven't been down there recently, it's a good tour.
And he's done some extra work too on just, I wouldn't say jury rig, but he kind of set up a little recycle system that will made the nitrates even go lower. And he's seen some old plants. It's been a while. He's coming from Los Osos, but I think he really is doing some short-term work that's very beneficial. So I'm glad to see him there. If that's done with that subject, I did attend the NCAC meeting and gave a brief report. I attended the Friends of the Fiscalina Ranch Preserve board meeting very briefly. Mr. Thompson joined just after I had made a short address. I think that's all.
All right. Who wants to go next? No?
I have another one.
I have, go ahead and finish,
Nope.
and I'll make mine.
I attended the Build Out Reduction Program Citizens Committee this last month, and I wanted to report to the directors that they're going to be putting an item on their agenda. I believe they discussed it. I don't know whether it'll show up on the agenda for June, to ask us about making the alternate members into regular members, so making it a 10-person committee. Because of issues with having subcommittees, they really want to follow the Brown Act, and their subcommittees are doing information gathering, and with the Brown Act, it's making it difficult for them to complete the work that they need to do. It's also very, very hard to focus on the task that the board has given them, because there is a fair amount of background information you have to get consolidated together in order to get to their goal, which is, we've given them the directive, correct me if I'm wrong, of making recommendations of how we might fund a lot acquisition program as part of the BRP. In order to do that, you got to figure out which lots might be subject to that, which is all kinds of complicated for all kinds of reasons. So it's easy for them to get off onto a tangent, especially when they're relying on documents that are not last year. And so numbers don't seem right, but that's part of a longer-term strategy the board needs to be taking care of. So I think we just need to reaffirm what their goal needs to be so that they don't get off task, because it's really easy to lose focus with all of that information trying to stay on target. I think they're doing a really good job, and I just want to especially give my appointees, they've done a fantastic job. I think everybody's appointees are doing a really good job at getting the background information. Hopefully they'll be able to get it done sooner rather than later, but it looks like it's going to take a while. Thank you.
Thank you, and that does turn out to be, and I appreciate you were there. I think they're beginning to really address what we ask, but it's not so easy to get the data and the statistics, so we appreciate their hard work. I attended the Fire Focus meeting, and we had a meeting also this last month on the possibility, I believe, looking further into the generation plant at the wastewater. Did you want to speak to that briefly?
That's just the opportunity for the community and the board to consider a cogeneration facility that would result in taking the dead and dying forest and put it into that particular piece of equipment, which would result in the generation of electricity, which would result in the overall reduction of dead and dying trees, but also result in the greenhouse gases used by the wastewater treatment plant as it relates to electrical operations and costs. So it's, the ball's in their court. We're waiting to hear back from them, but I appreciate both President Robinette and Vice President Thompson attending that meeting and listening to the Fire Safe Focus Group regarding the possibilities, if you will, kind of killing two birds with one stone, if you will, so.
Yes, and it particularly impacts Park Hill. So I had also asked for some neighbors to join us, and as we're just even having the preliminary conversations, I want people to understand the positives. Are there some current concerns we have? So we're waiting now for a more comprehensive written description from the company that's proposing to do this. So we'll take it one step at a time.
And it is a grant-funded project with no cost to the CCSD.
No cost to the district.
But a tremendous benefit to the community, so.
Thank you. Before we leave, item 6B, we have a request for a public comment. First, Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I have just a fairly quick comment here. I want to thank Director Rice for raising the question about the data that are available and will be in place when you need them for the EIR, et cetera. That is a totally crucial question. But I want to point out that my suggestion that you all look at the adaptive management plan underlines the significance of that question and comment from Director Rice. In your adaptive management plan, which you adopted as a board, Madam President, it says that there must be, at the end of the first year of operation, which would have been December 31, the preparation of baseline data and thresholds that will pertain to the future analysis of that plant. Then an annual report would be done on that, which was due in January. I have asked, as I said before, for that annual report. I have not yet received that. But I want you to know that you have a major issue before you, as I'm just telling you what you all know, of course, that if you don't get that baseline, those baseline data in there and those thresholds, you have no basis for judging this plant, whether efficiently in its operation or environmentally. And it's not just the state parks that are at issue here in one monitoring under a pedestrian bridge. That's not the issue. The issue is you taking your responsibility seriously as a board and insisting to your staff that they fulfill the obligations that you have put upon them in that plan. I won't elaborate on the other reports that are due, et cetera. I have written again to the state board and the regional because you are not, I'm sorry to have to be so blunt, you are not fulfilling your responsibility because you haven't pursued this crucial issue about please give us the data. Show us that you've lived up to what we challenged you to do, all within your capabilities, of course. So I find myself repetitively tedious, frankly. I've been at this now for 15 years in front of this board. And again and again and again, you do not ask for the data that are required of you to make informed policy decisions. I told my second graders yesterday, I'm not superior to you, and you aren't superior to me. I now tell you, I am not superior to any of you. But none of you is superior to me. Thank you.
If I might interrupt the applause, these keys were left in the women's bathroom. Do they belong to anyone?
Well, they won't go far. They'll be here. Okay. Next on 6B, Tina Dickinson.
Just quickly to follow up on Elizabeth Bettenhausen's comments and my frustration with Mr. Gresham's report. Mr. Gresham's, for a long time now, you have known that you are supposed to apply for a right of entry permit to state parks to put the monitoring, to have monitoring equipment put under the vehicle bridge. That data is very important to gather. The state parks have told you that you can do it, but they want to use their equipment. But you guys want to use your equipment and not do it the way that they would like to have it done. So, you know, we are at a standstill just because, again, the CSD has to have everything their way, even though it's on State Parks property. So I bring that to your attention. I hope that sooner rather than later, you're going to get something done there so we can get that information for the EIR and for other reasons as well. As far as the committee reports, when will we ever hear from the committee that was established on December 17th, President Robinette and Director Greg Sanders, an ad hoc committee for the draft EIR? You guys have not brought one report back since your committee was established in December. Not one. We have not heard about the working committee on the EIR when you meet with Michael Baker International, Rita Garcia, and Greg LaJoie. We have not heard a word. Again, it's very dark. The community doesn't know what's going on, but I've looked at the tasks and what each one of those tasks is costing. They are costing us plenty. Don't you think we have a right for the people who are paying for these task orders that we get to find out where you are with this? It would be nice to know. Also, I attended the second BRP committee meeting. A subcommittee was established, even though Mr. Singlewald, the ex officio, said he would take on the task of working on the lists of all the designated lists that we have in order for the BRP to try to get their work done for you for the draft DIR. After Mr. Singlewald said he had 2 staffers to help him with that, Mr. McCulloch, who is on that committee, suggested that he be working with Mr. Erland Singlewald on that committee as a subcommittee. And then he said, well, I need somebody else. So Greg Hunter was chosen to be on that subcommittee. Both of these individuals are on the water wait list. I find that a conflict of interest. I brought it up to the chair. He didn't think it was a conflict of interest. I have submitted 2 emails to Mr. Carmel regarding that and other issues with the BRP. I have not heard back. I've left a phone message for him. I have not heard back. But these subcommittees, in fact, at the meeting, one of the committee members said, we need legal counsel to guide us. I've asked Mr. Carmel about that, heard not a word. I don't know if you've heard about it, or if anyone from the BR committee has brought it up to you, but there are some issues. And then the paper says it's a standing committee. It is not a standing committee.
Thank you.
I think a board member has to be a part of it. It's a standing committee. There's no board member there.
Next on 6B, Mary Webb.
Madam Chair, before Mary Webb speaks, the draft EIR will be finished in August. Pursuant to state law, it will be circulated for public comment. So everybody in Cambria and every public agency that has any kind of jurisdiction over the water plant will have an opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Mary?
May I add a little bit to Greg's comment? Because
Actually, we have someone here for public comment.
Okay, all right.
Well, Mary,
yeah, go ahead.
Let's go
Just,
ahead.
just to address Ms. Dickinson's comment about the right of entry permit with state parks and the equipment, we're still, it's a matter of workload trying to get that all packaged up and to them. As far as I know, there's been no decision on whether they like the equipment that we have or not. If they don't like it, I mean, they can put their own equipment in, I suppose, but that wouldn't make sense. I mean, they still need to look at what we have. So to make that stretch in statement about the fact that we're having some kind of argument over the equipment is just not correct in my mind.
Thank you.
Okay.
And thank you for your patience, Mary.
No, thank you. I did want to comment on wastewater as it relates to the total maximum daily load of nitrates at San Simeon Creek. Mr. Gressens did make a statement that this project is a green project, but and I'm all for recycling of wastewater. I wish we would have been told that it's a wastewater recycling project, but that's a whole, and it was going to be permanent, but that's a whole other story. It's only a green project, and it's only treating the nitrates if it's running. So it's not running. which means all of our wastewater is still going to the percolation ponds, and San Simeon Creek is bright green again. And you can easily tell the difference between San Simeon Creek and all the other creeks from here up to the Monterey County line, and just compare San Simeon Creek to Santa Rosa Creek. Santa Rosa Creek doesn't look like that. San Simeon Creek does. It's bright green, it's nitrates. Howard Kolb from the Regional Water Quality Control Board said it's CSD's wastewater doing it. So it's only a green project if it's running. It's not running. I don't know how much it's going to run because it's too expensive to run it. A positive relationship with state parks, I do suggest that Mr. Gressens at least uses Doug Barker's real name. His name is Doug Barker, B-A-R-K-E-R, not Baker. For Amanda on the wastewater, I'm just, as a part of this committee, I really think you should let the community know, and this is under the budget officer's conclusion, financial officer conclusion on item 9B. As a result of the poor condition of both water and wastewater plants and their associated delivery and collection systems, the district now consistently experiences significant system failures requiring expensive emergency corrective action. This is a problem that has been developing for years, and it gets worse every year. An immediate comprehensive rate study of the wastewater facility is essential to catalog all existing infrastructure, machinery, and equipment, and to develop realistic repair and replacement schedules, as well as ongoing maintenance requirements. Rates charged for wastewater services must be examined, again, and appropriate rates determined to provide for efficient and effective service delivery. So, folks, we're in for another wastewater increase to fix the wastewater treatment plant, which is something we have been lobbying this board and other boards now for 20 years. Fix the wastewater treatment plant, but that's not what you did. So here we are again.
Madam President?
General Manager Guru.
Just as a few points of clarification. So our sustainable water facility is not specifically designed to remove nitrates, although it aids in that process. Whether we put our effluent through that plant or not, we are putting nitrates. Mary referenced total maximum daily load. We're putting nitrates out of our plant right now below detectable levels. Even say if they were 2 milligrams per liter. So you take 2 milligrams per liter times 8.34 times the flow of the plant, which is 400,000 gallons a day, and that's your total maximum daily load in pounds. So to say, and I send John Rocky our results all the time, and he's very happy with us at Regional Water Quality Control Board, to say that our wastewater effluent is contributing to the greenness of that lagoon is just absolutely a false statement. There are other variables upstream in the tributary that contribute to that. And when we run that sustainable water facility and the water quality we're putting out of the back of the plant, it's greatly enhanced. So as far as nitrates go, as far as the lagoon turning green, it's more than likely, and due to no flow going into that lagoon and habitat, birds, so no, so our nitrates are not contributing to the lagoon. I just want to publicly go on the record to say that. The statement that was said regarding our rates, the statement that was regarding our rates, we're doing exactly what was paraphrased in that statement that Ms. Webb read. And that statement said that we do need to raise rates to improve our infrastructure, specifically the wastewater treatment plant. And we're doing that. And I encourage people to come and give a tour of the facility so we can show that we're doing that. The problem historically is the CCSD for a long period of time did not raise rates, water and wastewater rates. And so Alex Handler clearly showed that in his graphs where we should have been versus where we need to be. And to say that wastewater rates will probably go up in the future at some point in time, when we did adopt these rates, we gave the board the flexibility to raise them periodically. I think the cap on it is 4%. But our only revenue source, if you think about it, from a public utility standpoint for water and wastewater, is rates. And usually you have a component called connection fees. And connection fees fund your infrastructure. they fund your capital improvement projects. So it's a twofold problem that I think this board has done a really good job in addressing, and that's we haven't raised rates for a long time, we have an ailing infrastructure, and we haven't been able to generate revenue from connection fees, and it's the perfect storm. And so what we're doing is catching up, and this board has done a good job in addressing and making those tough decisions regarding rates. Now remember Alex's presentation, Alex's graph, one of them he showed is where our rates are compared to other organizations and other municipalities in this immediate area. And if you remember that, it was right about the medium range. So yes, we have to continue to generate money to replace our infrastructure, and we're continuing to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. And last request for public comment on 6B before we take our break is Sherry Bell.
I just wanted to comment regarding the reduction, the build-out reduction committee. If the slow planning department offered to research the build-out reduction project, why not let them? From what I understand, we have now, we're paying an administrative assistant to help the volunteers on this, whether it's an ad hoc or a standing committee, whatever it is. Now we're paying an administrative assistant to assist with that. And why are we doing that? Why, if someone is going to do it for us for free, what do we say? No, we want to throw some money at it? And the other concern I have is that there's a conflict of interest having members on the water wait list serving on these committees, that there are members of this board that are on the water wait list committee, and that there are at least one member that I know of that's on the slow planning commission. This is so skewed towards the water wait list committee, serving those people and not the people that are here, which is what that emergency permit was for. As to the people that have bought property here in the past, when they bought those, they were told that there is a wait list. We'd been in and that there was they could not be given a date when they would be able to build. So it's unfortunate that they did that, and that they bought a lot with no expectation of a date when they'd be able to build. But that is not something that should go on the backs of the current ratepayers.
I'm just going to comment on one thing for clarification. We're hinting today there's, my goodness, a person with a wait list right here sitting on this board. Most of us that have been coming to these meetings for a long time know that, yes, I have a wait list, but I live here. But hopefully my daughter someday will get to join me or not. However, the same people that have been here for a while know that I am a very ethical person, and I paid for a fair political practices written response, not something over the phone. And so I had my own legal representation. Other people that have been here have seen the answer in writing. So if you're thinking I have a conflict, then I need to clarify that for you. It's only according to the Fair Political Practices Commission, however. But I believe they're the people who make those decisions.
They have no record.
Thank you.
Your lawsuit or the legal opinion. They have no record of it. I called them.
Get the name of the person you talk to, and you and I will talk later, because I will not be.
Request for your letter from your lawyer,
Okay.
and I will follow up.
I'm going to call the recess. I think it's time. No, but, yeah. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting back to order, and we are moving on now to the consent agenda. No items were pulled, but before we ask for a motion, we do have a request for public comment, one request.
And President Robinette, I actually do have I beg your indulgence to pull one of the items from consent B. I'm sorry, I just have some comments on it. It won't be anything that has to be voted separately. I just have a couple comments. If you would indulge, I'd appreciate it.
So you do want to pull one?
Just for discussion?
May I ask Mr. Hirsch a question?
Yes, certainly.
We don't have to pull the item in order to have a short comment on it.
Not just
We
a
can
short discussion.
No, not at all.
Okay, so I
Okay, thank you.
wouldn't pull it, but you can make a comment on it, just like the public can.
Thank you.
So let's go ahead with the public comment, first of all, on the consent agenda. Mary Webb?
Yes, it's an email that I sent yesterday on the expenditure report, and it was pretty lengthy, and that's why I sent it in advance, so that I was hoping that you could look at it first. One question I had was about the CDM Smith expenditures of $30,967, and then there were a list of payments that you have ongoing payments for task orders, and some of the task orders are task orders that were completed back in February, March, April of 2014. So I was wondering specifically why we are still paying CDM Smith for task orders after we got the $9 million loan and the $4 million grant. We have $13 million. I don't understand why these payments are ongoing. So my questions are they ongoing? Is this a monthly kind of a payment? Once you complete these payments, are there going to be no more payments that are needed? And then first bank card expenses are $5,288. I wanted to get an explanation of the LCW law conference training, why it was necessary, who attended, why they had to go to the Hyatt rather than maybe a less expensive hotel. And my concern was that these bank card charges are looking more like they were when Tammy Ruddick was our general manager, which was always a concern. Fluid resources, expenses of $19,615. I was wondering why we're still paying to outsource the operation of our wastewater treatment plant to another company, because I know we have a wastewater treatment plant operator now. How is that a monthly expense? Is it ongoing? Is it going to be finished in a couple of months? Or are we transitioning out of fluid resources? But we have no idea what is the cost there. I don't see a budget or anything for it. And then I had a comment about the San Simeon Creek being bright green, which is a concern. PG&E bill was $27,962. In that bill, there was $5,484 in charges for the EWS evaporation pond. I was wondering why we're being charged for electricity for the evaporation pond when the machine is not running. And then there was a deduction of $3,346 from that electrical bill. So I'm wondering why it was reduced. And then there's a Solanas LLC bill of $8,369 for wastewater. I wondered what the company was, where they're located, what do they do, what was the money for? Is that a one-time charge, or are there other charges? And if so, if you describe it. And then there was payments to law firms Stomich, Simmons, and Dunn for extension of time and water rights permits. It seemed to me that this should be an agenda item, what's happening with our water rights permits, and I was asking for all materials relating to the subject, communications, letters, what are we paying them for? Is that a one-time charge? Have there been other charges? What are the future charges?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and another public comment on 7A.
Thank you, Madam President. Elizabeth Bettenhausen from Cambria. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. My incantations sometimes work.
Okay, time flies. No.
It does, although more and more difficultly these days given the atmosphere. I couldn't help but throw that in. I would like to raise, guess what? SCADA. Look in your expenditures And in your expenditures for this past month, you have spent over $8,000 on SCADA, only on 2 projects, but $8,000. You might remember, I'll refresh your memory if not, that I have raised SCADA before. And at one point, your board even took official action saying, hey, we can't go ahead with this. Now, it might well be that you took official action, reversing your official action, and said, please go ahead with SCADA. I don't know that. I could look through all of the agenda items and the minutes again to see if I can track that down. After getting gastroesophageal reflux disease, I think mainly from the CCSD research I've been doing, I had to stop for a long time. I thank Mary Webb for doing that kind of analysis of expenditures because I used to do it regularly. I am back. Hallelujah for Zantac and Tums. Sorry to report that, board, but I feel refreshed and will persist. And I ask you soon to report on what your official policy standing is on SCADA and the assumptions the SCADA system makes about available funds and necessity of having it for the well-being of the district. I thank you.
Thank you. Next on 7C, Christina Tobin. Yeah, she has indicated 7C. Yes. We're not discussing them. It's a one motion on this. It's on the consent agenda, but you had asked to speak on 7C?
Yes.
We don't take them one at a time.
All right, great. Okay, so started? Yep, okay. So I'm discussing about the bylaws there, the ASC updates, and really referring back to the bylaws being discussed at the April 28th meeting. Gruber and Carmel, I believe, said that the state law required that the specific time of the board meetings, this is going back to the evening meetings, should be listed in the bylaws. And I had a lawyer, local friend lawyer, review the Brown Act and the search and searched the statutes, and he found no such law. The Brown Act only requires that the time and location be announced 72 hours in advance. So I was wondering if you could provide us with where and we could find that law. And just
excuse me, this item on the agenda though relates to the CSDA bylaws, which is the California Special District Association. It has nothing to do with the CCSD bylaws.
Oh, well, it might be an honest error. So my apologies, but I guess I wanted to speak about that issue, and I appreciate you clarifying that. And just the evening meetings, the fact that it's not on the agenda, again, I've been told that it'll be on the agenda in June. It's back to the bait and switch. I keep hearing that. And, to end on that note, the special meeting March 3rd, I was told that we would discuss on the March 24th evening meetings. It was not put on the agenda as promised by the board. And I did what I did on my end to help, fill the crowd here. And here we are still waiting evening meetings. Yes, it's a good crowd today, but
Christina.
very challenging to be here even for myself, 12:30. So I'm just disappointed it's not on the agenda now, and it's maybe to be discussed in June, and I brought this up in March. So lots of patience. It's again that bait and switch, and I can see why many members of the community are frustrated.
Okay.
They've asked to do this, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and last public comment request on 7 is 7A, Tina Dickinson.
Tina Dickinson. On page 9 of the expenditure report of this item, for Somac, Simmons, and Dunn, the $513 that was spent regarding, in relationship to water rights, the district, from what I've read and understand, that they applied for time extension permits for both Santa Rosa and San Simeon Creek in October of 2014. I have made it a practice of following carefully, actually, with the State Water Resources Control Board as to where those time extensions sit in any desk or file or whatever. And Mitch Moody, I last talked to him not too long ago, maybe a few weeks ago, said that nothing had been done with those time extensions, and so you don't have the full diversion permits. You have 518 was the original in Santa Rosa, and then you lost it because you didn't use it, so it's 218 acre feet. And in San Simeon, it was 1,230 acre feet, but you're down to 798 acre feet, I believe. And so you obviously, this slipped by, even though a couple of years ago the general manager said all the permits were just fine, no problem. Well, you know, some of us do pay attention. So I'm not understanding why lawyers are being hired when it should be that you're going through the State Water Resources Control Board to get these time extension applications worked on. And after they get them ready, then it's a long process, because then you have the folks in the watershed that then have the right to protest once this application is looked into and you proceed forth. So I don't know why we're paying lawyers for something that you've already sent to the water board. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Rice, thank you, Kathy.
Yes, I do. I did want to point out, and I'm sorry for the confusion earlier, we just haven't done consent agenda enough since I've been on the board 3 years, I guess. I'm looking at the very, very last page of the minutes, and I'm looking at actually two things on this page. One is that that there was a brief discussion on the agenda regarding the time of the meetings, and this says that you and I and Mr. Gruber were going to be meeting to review the time of the meetings and bring something back at the next meeting because it wasn't a formal motion. I'm assuming that's why it didn't end up on the agenda and why we didn't get a chance to get together. We do have a date to meet.
Yes.
I believe June 1st, sometime.
Sometime.
Yeah, sometime. Probably be the whole day.
No,
June 1st?
Yeah, June 1st. May
Yeah.
30th is the Memorial Day.
Right. And then the second one is that Director Berenger made a motion and I seconded it, and we had a 5-0 vote to have on this agenda an item relating to the stage 3 water emergency. And so I just wanted to raise it because I can understand when an item doesn't get on the agenda because there wasn't a formal motion and there's a huge agenda to deal with, and so you can use your discretion. When there's a 5-0 vote and it doesn't get on the agenda, it's concerning to me that the voice of all 5 of us is not being heard as far as what goes on to the agenda. So I just wanted to bring that up, and hopefully we can avoid in the future having things like that happen.
And I agree, and when I got the packet and saw the minutes of the agenda, as a matter of fact on this one too, I had talked to Director Beringer, and we agreed that to leave it at the way it was. Actually, it had more than one item in the motion, and so it was a little bit of, it was a bit of a confusing motion, and so I would think at the end of today's meeting we'll just be more succinct about it. And you and I are meeting in June, and so that part is taken care of. So that part's taken care of. The other part of it, we'll see what the board thinks on that. Not now, but go ahead.
Yes, we did have a conversation, that's true, and I was surprised that it wasn't on the agenda. And after, actually, Ms. Bettenhausen brought something up to me, that the motion that I made was a little bit confusing. What were we really doing? Were we really trying to do something with the stage 3 water emergency, or we're going to just get those people that already were ready to connect and were through the county and had everything done? And I thought there would be an opportunity for us to investigate whether we could get connection fees from those people and or what those projects really were. In fact, during our discussion, I remember Director Sanders saying, well, what is the impact? How many people are going to be there? So and now that you had the future agenda items, we had two things stuck together. I did agree with you that there was some confusion there, and maybe we should address it. I still think, though, that we should address this, maybe at a special meeting, because it's specific. But
And what would you think when we get to the future agenda items again?
Today?
Let's
Okay.
today then see where the
Right,
board goes with
right,
that.
and subsequent to that, I did send an email that clarified what I wanted, and I mentioned that to Ms. Bettenhausen, but anyway, nonetheless, we'll make sure it's very clear what we're trying to do.
Clarify
Thank
this
you.
whole thing.
I check if that's not, if your motion is not in the minutes of April 28th, I have a transcript right here.
It
of
is, it is.
Exactly what you said.
It is.
And you're saying that you didn't get the motion in the.
No, we got the motion, we got a 5-0.
Mary,
I'm just explaining the fact that I was as surprised as anyone when I got the packet that it wasn't on there, and I'm just explaining some of the issues that.
I think you need to pull the item and make sure it's in the minutes. You've got to correct the minutes. The minutes
No,
are
no, the
wrong.
minutes are
It's
correct.
right in the minutes,
Minutes are
but it
correct.
is, and it is, when I got my copy of the minutes, it is more, first of all, than one topic in a single motion. And so what we'll do today, we'll let the board decide when it's time to talk about future agenda items, what their pleasure is. At that point, at this meeting today, before we leave, we'll see what the board's pleasure is with a future agenda item.
I will agree with that.
Yes. Okay, are we ready now? Any other comments on the consent agenda?
Madam President, we just, staff takes responsibility for that. It was an oversight on our part, and, we generated the minutes late, and then we realized that it should have been on the agenda. So we take responsibility for that. But the other part is, that's the first time that's happened, so we'll make sure that we are a little more conscientious, so.
Okay. All right, thank you. Are we ready for a motion then on?
Move approval of consent.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second the motion.
Okay, it's been moved and approved, seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, have a roll call, please.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Sanders?
Yes.
Director Berenger?
I can't comment. Can I make a comment? I'm okay. Aye.
Vice President Thompson?
Aye.
President Robinette?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0 with hesitation. Okay, so now let's move to item, we are now into hearings and appeals, item 8, and 8A is all we have on that. So, General Manager Gruber, would you like to introduce 8A?
Thank you, Madam President. Item 8A before the board, and today is consideration of adoption of the resolution 19-2016, confirming the itemized report of water and wastewater standby or availability charges for the collection of county tax rolls. The fiscal impact is a collection of the 2016 water and wastewater standby availability charges through the county tax roll that will ensure those charges are collected by the CCSD in the most cost-efficient manner as permitted by state law. And this is something that we bring to you every year for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. No public comment requested on this item. Let's move then to discussion or a motion from the board. Director Beringer? Okay, also Director Sanders?
For a motion? Or are you looking for a motion?
Yes, I'm looking for a motion.
I move
Looking
approval
for a
of.
motion.
I move approval of Resolution 19-2016.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the item?
Wait, that's 9A. We're on 8A.
8A.
Yeah.
No. It's.
19-2016, the resolution part.
Oh, I see. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Are we right? Okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right, so it's been moved and seconded that we adopt Resolution 19-2016, confirming itemized report of the water and wastewater standby or availability charges for collection on the county tax rolls. Any discussion on the item? Okay, we are ready then for a roll call.
Director Sanders?
Yes.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Director Rice?
No.
Vice President Thompson?
Aye.
President Robinette?
Aye. Motion passes 4-1. Okay, we are moving now into 9A. And so, General Manager Gruber, would you introduce 9A, please? On
Yes.
discussion and consideration of adoption of Resolution 2016.
Yes, Madam President, board members. As you had indicated, 9A is discussion and consideration of the adoption of the Resolution 22-2016 approving an employment agreement with William S. Hollingsworth. William has been waiting patiently in the back for 3 hours and 17 minutes, but who's counting? So the recommendation is the staff recommends, and let me just give you a brief background. So I'm tasked as the general manager to work out professional agreements with our department managers and the fire chief. And I got to tell you, this was probably one of the smoothest, I don't want to use the word negotiations, but the smoothest dialogue and encounter that William and I had. It started out with, we gave him a copy of Chief Miller's contract. He shot some things to me, I shot some things back, he shot some things this way, back and forth a couple times. We've met, and so I want to just thank him for making this a really a very smooth transition into his agreement. But staff recommends that the Board of Directors adopt Resolution 22-2016 approving an employment agreement with William Hollingsworth as a CCSD new fire chief. The fiscal impact. Approval of the employment agreement will result in an annual salary of $124,908. That's D step. So we have a series of steps, A through E, E being the highest. I felt with his experience and his education and his commitment to the community and the district that E step was appropriate. The fire chief will also receive a $100 match per payroll period to the 457 deferred compensation plan. That's something that management gets. That would be, if you put in $100 per pay period, we'll match it. And an annual uniform allowance of $1,000 and boot allowance. The CCSD will pay costs associated with DMV physicals and paramedic reaccreditations. He will have the use of the CCSD provided vehicle and cell phone for business purposes. And the district will pay $600 per year for professional dues and publications, as well as $3,500 per year for meetings and conferences. I just want to briefly go over the discussion because it was a process, and it was a good process. And I want to thank President Robinette and Vice President Michael Thompson, along with Eric Schalup and myself for being on the interview process. After conducting an internal recruitment, staff has selected Captain Paramedic William S. Hollingsworth to be our new CCSD Fire Chief. Captain Hollingsworth has been a member of the CCSD Fire Department since 1991 and was appointed captain in 2005. Prior to joining the CCSD Fire Department, he worked for the Cambria Community Service Healthcare District, initially as an emergency medical technician, and then in the capacity of paramedic and as a supervisor. The CCSD has historically retained its fire chief by contract. Accordingly, an employment agreement was negotiated by the general manager and Captain Hollingsworth, as I indicated earlier. The employment agreement is for a 2-year term and provides for an annual salary in the amount of $124,908, which is the D step for the fire chief in the annual salary schedule for Cambria exempt employees. Madam President and Board, attached to this is the resolution, and then following the resolution are the specific terms of the contract. It's a contract template that is used that's similar to the other templates that we use for managers, and it specifically outlines the things that I just listed within the terms of the contract. So if there's any questions I can ask, I'm sure at some point after you deliberate long and hard about this, you'll want William to come up and say a few words if that would be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no request for public comment on this item, and so Director Sanders,
Madam
your light
President,
is on.
thank you. to get the discussion rolling, excuse me, suffering from terminal allergies, I think, something in the air. I've known Captain Hollingsworth since 2002. The board went through a very long, iterative process to get where we are today, and I think that it couldn't have ended better. Captain Hollingsworth he grew up in this town. He knows this town like the back of his hand. He's a very dedicated public servant. I was on the board when he was promoted to captain in 2005. There is no better person to assume the role of fire chief for this town. And I am very pleased and honored to move that we adopt Resolution 22, 2006, approving his employment contract as fire chief.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that we approve this employment agreement. Further discussion? No further discussion? Director Rice.
And this is more specifically to the agenda item report, the staff report. The fiscal impact, as usual, is light in its actual impact because the impact on the long term with the retirement benefits and things, there is a longer term impact of this that didn't get analyzed. And I just want to point that out again because it really does help for us to know what we're looking at for not just the next board and then the board after that, but even further, because hopefully he'll have a long and healthy life and he'll be here for a while before he retires. So I am very, very happy that we were able to recruit from within, and I'm also happy to see that it looks like there's an agreement that if it turns out that he doesn't feel comfortable doing the fire chief job, which I don't think is going to happen, I think he's going to be great at it, that he can go back without any penalty to being a captain. And I appreciate that you're leaving that open just in case, because you never know. I mean, it is a big job and a big responsibility, but it's one I know that Chief Hollingsworth can handle.
Okay, any further comments, discussions?
Madam President, just really quickly,
Yes, sir.
I apologize for interrupting. We'll be doing Captain Hollingsworth official swearing in and pinning of the badge next month. And so I just wanted to let the board know that. Also, and I failed to mention this as part of my general manager's report, and we did send the CCSD Board of Directors a copy of this correspondence to the new county fire chief. While I was off, I had some pretty in-depth discussions with Eric and Captain, or let's call him Chief Hollingsworth, about terminating CAL FIRE's contract effective May 31st. And we all collectively agreed that since it's been such a seamless transition, and since CAL FIRE has worked so closely with Cambria Fire Department, that would be okay. And so that letter was sent, and so our services with CAL FIRE will end, and they didn't have a problem with a 30-day notice. The reason that was brought to the forefront is the first 2 weeks in June, Eric would be on vacation anyway, and he felt that it just wasn't right to charge the district and plus we're going to have a new fire chief, and they've worked closely together. So it's going to save us an entire month. We anticipated that the transition time would take a whole month, and that's not the case. I believe you've got a copy of that letter, and we sent it on to Kathy Tanner also. And then just, there was one other thing I was going to say. Heck, I can't remember. It'll come back to me. But that's where we are in all that process. So.
Very, very excellent. And I too would like to comment on the whole process and this journey that we've been on with our local fire department and with CAL FIRE over the last almost a year, and just the professionalism that I certainly have observed with certainly our local fire department and with CAL FIRE. I think that we have moved forward as stronger unit and partnership than ever, if that's possible. And I think moving into this and CAL FIRE's support. And actually, we know that our new chief is ready to go, and we don't need to delay any further with the CAL FIRE contract. So I think that speaks well of both agencies.
And I'll ask Chief Hollingsworth, maybe June as his presentation, we'll work this out, is to give the board and the community an update on the transition and the backfilling of those positions. You know, in Monique's administrative report, she mentions that recruitments are going on. But I think it's important that the community feels safe and we've addressed all the concerns relating to, because it caused a domino effect and we had to roll up our sleeves and figure this out. But what William did is he came up with a detailed 5 or 6 page report with alternatives and provided me and Eric with those alternatives. And collectively, collaboratively, we agreed on those alternatives, sat down with Monique, and now we're in that process of doing those things that address internal recruitments, that address all the concerns associated with him becoming the fire chief, because it created some voids and things. And I want to applaud him because he did a really good job in putting a comprehensive plan together as a department manager. And so I think next month, as part of his fire chief's report, he can update the board on where we are as far as staffing for the department, what our plan is to backfill all those critical positions, especially ALS and paramedics, and let the community know that they can rest assured that the fire department is fully staffed and that I support everything that he's doing.
Thank you. I think we are ready for the question. So let's have a roll call vote, please.
Director Sanders?
Aye.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Vice President Thompson?
Enthusiastically, I think is a great hire.
President Robinette?
My privilege to say aye. So, 5-0, and we would like to hear a couple of words from our new chief. So please, let's welcome Chief Hollingsworth to come forward.
I guess I'm supposed to introduce myself as Chief Hollingsworth now, and I think I'm out of uniform at the moment. But
looking pretty good.
I do want to thank you for your consideration on this matter. It's kind of been a long-term dream of mine to move in this kind of direction in my career, and it's a little bit daunting and inspiring to know that there's so much support behind me, this department, and this position. And as we move forward, I'm very excited about it. The process in getting here was exhaustive, as some of you know, being involved in the interview, and I felt it was a very excellent way to be able to just kind of share some of my dreams and then also get a really good understanding for what the expectations of the board were and how we're going to move forward. So thank you very much, and I'm eager to get started.
Thank you so much. Again, congratulations. Okay, and we're going to move on now to next item, 9B, and General Manager, if you would please introduce 9B.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. Item 9B is a discussion and consideration of the revised preliminary budget for fiscal year 2016-2017. This is our second shot at it. As I indicated earlier, we have brought you 2 drafts. This is our second draft, with a final draft hopefully for board approval in June. Our fiscal year starts, ends June 30th and starts July 1st. And I wanted to thank the Budget Committee for meeting with Patrick while I was out, taking care of my wife while she was having surgery. And there's a slight modification to this budget versus what was proposed to you last month, and that is specifically relating to a refined list on wastewater treatment plant improvements. As it was mentioned earlier, the wastewater improvement ad hoc committee met, and we refined some of the items that we're requesting relating to the wastewater improvements, specifically for the influence screen, the design of that, the build of that, and the installation, which is going to greatly enhance operations at the wastewater treatment plant. The list that we brought you last month in April was comprised really by Bob and I, and John, I remember, was only on the job one day. Director Rice and Director Berenger can appreciate this conversation. And so he worked with us from last budget to this budget and said, you know, hey, guys, I think that some of the amounts you've indicated on some of the gearboxes and things like that are a little heavy. I think I can do it for this, which is exactly the kind of manager we want. And so we revised the wastewater list of improvements that we need to do. It will result in a slight increase in the amount that we're asking, which would be still financed over an extended period of time through the general fund and a payback mechanism as part of this process. So with that, Patrick has a detailed PowerPoint presentation. And Patrick, if you would, thank you very much.
Yeah, Madam President, members of the board, I do have a PowerPoint, I hope. There we go, okay. I'm just going to go over the changes to the budget. I gave you the whole budget at the last board meeting. There's relatively minor changes that we're looking at. In the water fund, we've increased revenues by almost 9,000. We've increased expenditures by 20,000. I mean, it would decrease expenditures by 20,000 for a net change of almost $30,000 to the good. So the budget proposed in April was about a $91,000 deficit. Now we're proposing a $65,000 deficit. In the wastewater fund, we've increased revenues by increasing our borrowing by $36,000, and we've increased expenditures by $36,000 for plant improvements, and I'll go over the details of that later. And in the general fund, we've increased revenues by $17,000 and increased expenditures by $17,000. I'll talk about that when we get there too. In the water fund, there's 3 areas. The water department itself, that $47 is a rounding issue in Excel, and I'll take care of that. It's really not pertinent. Expenditures were increased by $34,000 or decreased by $34,000. So the net change is a surplus of $34,000 in the water department. In the capital cost recovery budget, we've increased. Actually, the next two, the capital cost recovery and the plant ops, I've changed expenditures around quite a bit to make them more consistent with what those expenditures are supposed to represent. In the ops department, it's only supposed to be the cost of operating the plant. So before I had issues in there, like I had some legal fees in there that didn't belong in there. And I sat down with the water treatment plant supervisor, and we reviewed them again, and we decided that we needed to make some changes to make them work more reasonably as far as what's operations and what's cost recovery. So those two, the net change over here, whoops, right over here, is about $4,000 increase in expenditures. In capital outlay, in the water department, we've increased expenditures by $24,401, and that's due to mostly to the SCADA system. We originally thought it was going to be about $60,000 for the SCADA system for the well field, San Simeon well field. After we got better estimates, it's going to be about almost $82,000. So we've added $22,000 to the SCADA system authority. Stewart Street tank, we've added that because we've identified some repairs that need to be done there. So we've added $20,000 for Stewart repairs to the Stewart Street tank. To offset that, we reduced we had a switch for the rodeo ground transfer station, budgeted at $15,000. We took that out. We're going to delay that. And we also had originally budgeted $10,000 for a GIS system, and we're reducing that by $2,500 to $7,500. So the total increase in capital expenditures is $24,000. To offset that, we've reduced government fees by $5,000, which is consistent with what we're seeing this year. And we've taken the debt service from 109 down to 54. And the reason we're able to do that is because the rate study that was used to approve the rate increases authorized $100,000 a year in debt service to support $1 million in improvements. But we're not ready to do $1 million in improvements. We've only included $660,000 in there. So we're only spending about $50,000 out of the $100,000 for debt service this year. Later in the year, if we identify additional capital projects that need to be done, we'll bring them back to the board. But right now, we think this is all we're going to do this year. So that's why we're not actually going to spend that entire $100,000. These are, I've shown them together. This is the operations budget and the capital cost recovery budget for the SWF facility. Like I said before, the net difference is $1,200 here and $3,700 down there. Those were just slight changes to materials, and we think we're fairly comfortable that this is going to be a better way to track expenditures than what we had last year. The Santa Rosa Creek capital project, we haven't changed that at all. It's exactly the same as was presented in April, which is about a $4,000 increase over what was approved last year. The capital project itself, we're not changing that at all. This actually hadn't changed since the mid-year budget for the current fiscal year. There's $13 million in revenues, $12,910,000 in authorized expenditures, leaving it's not a deficit, it's actually a surplus of $411,000. So that's basically what's not been committed. Like I mentioned earlier, we've only spent a little over $11 million so far out of that $12,910,000 that we've been authorized. In the wastewater department, in April, we had proposed a budget of $50,000 for sludge disposal. When John Alchin came in, he's got a whole different way of processing sludge. It's going to be a little more expensive, but it's going to be a lot more effective at both getting rid of the sludge and reducing odor at the plant. So we've increased that budget to $79,000. On debt service, we've increased it by $4,800, and we had to do that to fund the additional money we had to borrow for, wrong button. Borrow for, down here, the $36,000 that we need to fund the capital cost up here at $36,000. And I'll show you, he also came in and asked us to change the capital projects that we needed done. And so if you look in April, we had projected $515,000 in expenditures. In May, we're looking at $551,000, another $36,000. The largest part of that, $126,000, is an increase in the budget for the influence screen, so we can buy it, have it engineered and installed all at one time. It's going to be a total cost of $211,000. We didn't change clarifier repair budget or the repair of the effluent pumps, but we did reduce the budget for repair of the handrails by $45,000. John is confident that using local vendors, he can make the changes that are necessary to make the handrails safe. He also, we've eliminated the requirement for adding cathodic protection to the tank. He's basically determined that it's too late for that. Those tanks have been there for a long, long time, and the corrosion that's occurred internal to the tanks is not going to be helped by adding cathodic protection. Lift station repairs, we've left it the same, $190,000, but the grip pump replacement, he's going to do that for $15,000 less than we had in the original budget. So we're now looking at $551,000 instead of $515,000 for the for the capital cost. We're going to finance that with by borrowing the $36,000 more from the general fund, by reducing video cleaning and screening of the sewer system by half, from $50,000 to $25,000, and by reducing maintenance repair of some of the communication equipment. The only change in the general fund was in the fire department. We've increased overtime by $10,500. The reason for that is we're not hiring a captain right away. And when Chief Hollingsworth starts doing chief duties, another fire captain is going to have to stand his watch, stand his duty. And so during that transitional period, we're going to need $10,000 to pay for the overtime to make that happen. We also found out that our dispatch costs are going to go up about $3,000 more than we had anticipated. We pay the county for that. And we had in the previous budget one mobile data computer for the fire engine, and the chief has asked that we purchase a second mobile data computer for his vehicle, because he'll be responding directly in his command vehicle to fire and emergency scenes, and so we've added that to the budget. So that's a total of $17,000. In all the other general fund areas, there are no changes to what was presented in April, and that's my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that report. We do have, before we go further, we have some requests for public comment, and then we'll come back to discussion.
Okay.
So first request was from Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I want to to focus on a couple of issues. The first one is, of course, again, SCADA. If you approve this budget next month, you will be approving an expenditure of at least $89,000 for SCADA. And I request that when that is presented, the need for that equipment and software is explicitly stated in your proposed budget, so that we as the public who pay for it can get some better judgment as to whether or not we should support this with our dollars. I was struck the other day by reading an article not about water, but about recidivism in the prison system, and it was all about the presuppositions inherent in certain algorithm choices mathematically, and that even though the numbers look good, you are already biased by certain presuppositions. There was another study done about the same issue with children in K through 12, and how come girls do better in math in school classes and terrible on the exams. The presuppositions that people bring to the testing system and the merits of so-called objectivity when you do mathematical analysis sort of shrivel at times when you start looking at the assumptions that are made. I want you to look, please, at page 4 of the budget proposed. You will note there that the Sustainable Water Facility Analysis has 4 budgets. I would like to know explicitly, Madam President, why the Santa Rosa Creek project is part of the Sustainable Water Facility, as it is on this page. At the bottom, the AWTP budget is again, but when you go for all your funding for the Sustainable Water Facility, what exactly will be included in the provisions for water in this community? Will some more development on Santa Rosa Creek be in there, or is it sufficient this year when, in fact, the budget carries over a debt from last fiscal year, and there are only $10,000 of new expenditures in the coming fiscal year projected, but there is a deficit spending then of $80-some thousand for the Santa Rosa project. You remember, I tracked this carefully as to the budgeting of the Santa Rosa Creek improvement, and brought you documents beyond your toleration, I'm sure, but I still do not understand. What is the status of the Santa Rosa Creek work on wells on the 3 wells that are operating? And we need more information, I want to suggest to you. So you have SCADA spending $90,000. You have a carryover from the previous fiscal year into the coming fiscal year to make the deficit spending look like it's carryoverable. I would like some explanation of how manipulable the dollars are, like how we can redefine debt service, et cetera. I think I want to compliment the finance manager for giving us one of the most improved budget explanations that I've seen lately from this district. But there is still a lot to be done for those of us who are trying to understand the assumptions that come to it through the general manager and the finance manager as they negotiate with the departments. And I would assume that you, as the board members, having to make the decisions about fiscal responsibility, would want to have more amplification of some of this too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President?
Yes.
Just quickly, I'll comment on SCADA and I'll let Patrick respond on Santa Rosa wells, referencing Dr. Bentonhausen's comments. So SCADA for the San Simeon well field 1, 2, and 3 is directly related to the required monitoring capabilities as it relates to the sustainable water facility. Historically, we've gone out there and measured flows manually, chlorines, pHs, turbidities, and the water leaving those facilities have to be constantly on a 24-hour basis monitored and recorded. Not only monitored and recorded, but they have to have a safety mechanism built in that if the parameters are exceeded, that it will automatically shut those wells down and not allow that water to go into the distribution system. In addition to that, it's critical to have real-time data on an ongoing and continuous basis because it will aid us in our report writing capability, and it will interface with our software to generate the reports that are required for the sustainable water facility. It's very labor intensive now and it takes a lot of staff time and does not allow us to gather and monitor and record that information on an ongoing and continuous basis. So it's a really good question about SCADA because I know SCADA was a sensitive subject when I came on board. Again, I would really like to, I encourage the community if they would like to tour the wastewater plant. That's where our SCADA system is that we built over the years that gives us the capability to monitor all our facilities. Eventually, we'll get the lift stations and the plant on board, but we're building it as we can afford to do it. So that cost associated with the SCADA for the San Simeon wells 1, 2, and 3 are directly related to monitoring and reporting and capabilities and fail-safe capabilities in shutting that system down if the parameters are exceeded. So with regard to the carryover that was mentioned on the Santa Rosa wells, I'll let Patrick comment on that one.
Thank you.
Yeah, first, it's a good point that the Santa Rosa Creek project is not part of the Sustainable Water Facility project. They're two separate projects. If I presented them wrong, I'll correct that on the next presentation. We have two capital projects in the water fund right now. We have the Sustainable Water Facility, which is a $13 million project, and we have the Santa Rosa Creek project. And I'm not certain what and capital projects do carry over from year to year. They're not an annual appropriation. They're continuing until they're finished. And I'm not certain what the status of that project is. I don't know how close we're to finishing. I think we're very close. If Bob was here, he would know. But as soon as that project is completed, then it'll be closed out. And the 86,000 or 92,000, whatever the deficit ends up being, will be absorbed by the water fund. And that's the way capital projects are paid for.
Thank you.
Madam President and the board, what we did with the Santa Rosa wells, if you recall, that facility, the Filtronics facility, was shut down years ago, and we literally rebuilt it. And we not only rebuilt it, we completely automated it. And again, I would encourage the board or whoever, the public, they want to come tour it. It's at the East Ranch, and it's a state-of-the-art facility right now. And we replaced all the valves and all the monitoring equipment and all the fail-safe equipment and all everything. And so it was a expensive undertaking, but what we did is it was your first action to revitalize that old system, and now it is state of the art. There's been additional expenditure spent on the Santa Rosa well 4, which now has the capability, has all the telemetry and all the monitoring and all the fail-safe that none of that had before. So again, it all ties in and relates to the support of this board and the allowing of staff to continue to improve the infrastructure. And at least on the water side, referring to San Simeon 1, 2, and 3, it's all state-of-the-art now. It's all fully automated. It's all fail-safe. It's all the best instrumentation we can have. And that's what we're leaning towards on the San Simeon wells. We want to have that same capability, that monitoring capability, and all those things to interface with a sustainable water facility. Those are technical things, but again, a picture's worth 1,000 words, and maybe in the June board meeting I could have some pictures again to show the board.
Thank you. I do think pictures help, but I appreciate your also inviting people, to go out and spend some time. And so I think the invitation is there. I can recall with SCADA, I had my doubts in the beginning, and yet I understand by now the upgrades and the updates in the system and the monitoring, and much more of a reliable system in case we do have issues or problems. The alerts and the alarms are right there.
And it gives you a plethora of, as Dr. Bentonhausen indicated, that gives you a plethora of data, and it allows you to make operational decisions based on data. You don't run a water system or a wastewater treatment facility by manually getting readings. You trend things, and you receive data into that information, and you look at trends and your flows and things like that. And it's going to really be helpful to us as staff to continue to run the system more efficiently.
Thank you. Okay, we have additional request for public comment, and that is Sherry Bell.
Just regarding the budget, Sherry Bell, I just have one comment, and that is earlier today, Mr. Gruber stated that he's grateful of the fact that the CCSD allows him to spend money that isn't budgeted. Really?
And next on public, did you want to respond to that?
And how is that a good idea?
I think that needs clarification. So what we've seen since I've been the general manager the last 5 years is emergencies continue to arise. And those emergencies, as it relates to our collection system and things like that, can result in sanitary sewer overflows, which we know resulted in fines to the district and things like that. So what I meant, and let me clarify that, and I should have, is if an emergency comes up and I come to the board, and I've told John this as our wastewater supervisor, if we adopt this budget and you come to me and say, Jerry, this pump went out at this lift station, I'm going to come to this board and I'm going to ask you for the money to replace that pump. And so that's what I meant by that. I apologize, I should have clarified that. But the board has been very, very supportive of supporting staff on infrastructure concerns. So I think the board knows that I'm a very fiscally conservative general manager. I really, when we were going through those very difficult financial times, we weathered the storm, and not only did we weather the storm, we came out in what I consider a pretty promising financial situation right now, as Patrick indicated during his financial manager's report. So I'm tight with the buck, but if a need arises, I'll come to the board and I'll ask them for what I think needs to be given to address those concerns, and not defer it any longer and ask that money to be come out of the general fund. So.
Thank you.
Do you have any more requests to speak?
I do.
Okay.
We have another request for public comment on 9B, and that is Tina Dickinson.
I've been coming here so many times, so many years. My name is Tina Dickinson. It is not Tina Dickinson, but whatever.
Thank you for the correction.
You're welcome. I honestly have a very difficult time that anybody would question Dr. Elizabeth Bettenhausen's research and anything to do with data. She spends so much time, as you all must be aware. So to actually find fault with what she is bringing forth to you is, I think, is another insult. I take you at your word and your data that I've seen, Elizabeth. I have a question. Well, first of all, Mr. Gruber said we had a clean audit Really? As I recall, our auditor, Mr. Crosby, said he had some concerns with the audit. So you may call it clean, but when there are concerns, I wouldn't call that clean. I would think there's some cleaning up to be done. Okay, so Mr. Fiscalini, last month David Fiscalini was here. It was agreed upon that members of the board, I think Director Sanders and President Robinette and General Manager Gruber were going to get together with Mr. Fiscalini on possible compensation for the 6 months during the Fiscalini tank project. That I didn't hear anything regarding that in today's meeting, but I'd like to know if any compensation has been agreed upon, and if so, how much, and when will we be finding out about that? I would also like to say very quickly that I couldn't find this in time before, but General Manager Gruber said that Mr. Singewald, the senior planner for the county, had called the acting executive director, Ainsworth. That is not true. As reported by the Cambrian, Erlen Singewald, senior planner for the county, said in an email to Luster, that is Tom Luster, and CCSD General Manager Gruber, the emergency permit, quote, does not have an expiration date, end of quote, and is, quote, valid as long as the district is in a stage 3 water shortage emergency or unilateral action is taken on the regular, unquote, coastal development permit. Singewald wrote that if the department were not to issue another extension, the permit wouldn't expire. Instead, the CCSD would need to apply for a new regular follow-up permit. I just wanted to, couldn't find that at the time when I was making comments regarding that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President?
Yes, Director Sanders.
Is that the last public comment?
On this, yes.
Just to
On this
make a
item.
clarification, when the audit was presented to the board by Mr. Crosby, his concerns had related to the fact that the district had not been paid the grant money that was due the district. He followed that comment by saying the grant money has been paid and the district is very fiscally healthy.
Thank you. General Manager Gruber.
Thank you, Madam President and Board. Just a few points of clarification. I felt that I was complimentary to Dr. Bettenhausen, especially relating to her questions. I thought they were very informative, and I hope I addressed them accordingly. With Mr. Fiscalini, I know that Director Sanders had met with David Fiscalini, and from what I understand, the meeting went very, very well. I was out taking care of my wife, and there was 2 issues that were raised. I think there was 3, and maybe Director Sanders can help me on the other one. It's just an open line of communication. You know, when the project starts, the fence that we committed to taking care of along the back side of our tank. We pledged to Mr. Fiscalini a long time ago that we would keep that fence in proper repair, and we have not done that. And so I believe that we will do that, and we need to take care of it. And also, Mr. Fiscalini's concern relating to a fire hazard. We'll be demolishing that tank, and it'll be welding going on. And so I've already reached out to the fire chief, and we've talked with CAL FIRE, and we'll be making sure that we implement things in place that allows Mr. Fiscalini to rest assured that during that welding process, a wildland fire will not occur. I think that's just a good responsibility. With regard to Erlen Singewald, what I was referencing was an email from Erlen Singewald dated Wednesday, May 25th, 2016 at 9:25 to Mr. Tom Luster of the California Coastal Commission. And Mr. Erlen Singewald in there specifically says, thank you for the link. He was referring to the article in the Tribune. As we discussed on the phone, so I just referenced his email, and apparently they had talked on the phone, and so I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Beringer?
Yes, a little bit off. Well, I can't go off the subject very much. I was going to. I'll do it now. If if Mr. O'Reilly could, next month, if you could bring back answers on those issues that the public commented on the expenditure report. I wasn't able to get that comment in because it was too long, or I could ask you to do that when we go to next agenda items. But for now, I think that there were some valid things that I wasn't aware of, even though I read the darn thing and I look line by line by line. But there were some good questions. I hope you can do that. And I think your report, by the way, on the budget is excellent. And just to talk a little bit about SCADA, when I joined the board, and it was about 5 years ago that I looked into SCADA really closely. The district had committed $700,000 toward SCADA, but the SCADA was wastewater. It wasn't water, and it was using a software program called Wonderware. And it was clear that since it wasn't installed within a couple of years of actually buying it, you had to actually start over again. And that's when the board decided it wasn't a good idea to do that SCADA. So there's SCADA in a lot of areas, and I think what you're talking about is water SCADA, which is excellent. Please do it. And you're doing it in a piecemeal approach, and it makes sense. And I also saw, I'm on the ad hoc wastewater committee meeting, and our new wastewater operator understands and knows Wonderware backwards and forwards, but they have a solution that they're implementing that they can implement on an interim basis and not come up with a $700,000 project, especially on a wastewater treatment plant that's potentially going to change here in a few years. So I just wanted to talk about SCADA. I think I can spell it. I don't know what it means, but in fact, I used to sell them when I was a kid. But they can be monstrous in size, and I think that we're going on the right path. So thank you for the report.
Thank you. Okay, we have no further requests for public comment. Any further discussion before we call for?
Yes, Madam President.
Yes.
First of all, I think Patrick, as Elizabeth Bentonhausen alluded to, did a really great job in formatting what is undeniably a very complex set of numbers. And it's been presented in a very understandable fashion, in my opinion. Something that I'm very interested in, and I think the board should be as well, we have an amount of cash on hand that fluctuates from month to month, depending upon revenues coming in. We get a very large payment of property tax revenues 2 times a year. That tends to spike what we have in terms of cash on hand. And that cash on hand, for all intents and purposes, amounts to our reserves. So if we have an emergency that is not budgeted for, then occasionally we may have to dip into the cash that is on hand. What I'm suggesting to the board is that it would be a good idea if we had a policy related to the cash on hand in terms of our reserves, that they really are our reserves. And it's a policy that relates to how that money is invested, how much we retain, how we manage the cash flow, the spikes, the expenditures, and so forth, so that we have some level of funds available at all times when emergencies arise, and they will arise. So I would suggest that a policy be formulated and be brought back to the board. I'm not sure what the depth of the research and the analysis is necessary to do that. I don't know if it can be done by the June meeting, but if it can be, I think it would be appropriate to have that.
Thank you. Director Behringer?
I'd like to.
What was that?
I would like to say also that that's a good idea, and in that process, if the budget committee can't do it, but it should, whatever the budget committee comes up with should come to the full board. And in developing that, I suggest that there is a small fund that is pre-approved for emergencies, so that if the general manager between district meetings finds that he needs to expend whatever the level is, $50,000 or something like that, to repair a lift station or to keep from a sewer overflow or whatever, that he be granted the authority to do that. You know, he has the experience to do it, so that's just another suggestion. That's all.
Good suggestion. General Manager Gruber?
Yes, we have actually drafted two fund balance policies for Big Bear and for Atherton. And when Patrick Googled a fund balance policy or reserve policy, he actually found mine. So I just looked over and said, can we use, you know, and he said, we'll tweak it a little bit. So we'll bring something back if that's a future agenda item, and we'll start from there. But the framework is already there. It doesn't have to be super elaborate, but I think the emphasis should always be on what Director Sanders said, and that's designating a certain amount of our cash on hand for the, you know, protecting that. What's interesting too is something to consider from a policy standpoint, and this is strictly something the board might want to consider. But if you ever do want to raid those coffers, if you will, you can, in the policy or the resolution, require a 4/5 vote, and then it really becomes, you know, that's something just to consider. But it's a lockbox, and a lot of councils do that, a lot of boards do that. But you know, it really, you got to be on board to touch that money, and it makes it a little bit harder. So we'll bring something back to you.
Excellent idea. Further discussion. Director Rice?
Thank you, President Robinette. A couple of things. The CSDA does have a reserve policy template that we did have on the agenda at one point, and it was pulled. I think it's important to note that this is, again, another budget that comes back with it's not structurally balanced. You don't end up with, when you end up with deficits in any department, you cover it with the extra money in what is our cash on hand, which is great when you've got cash on hand, but not so much otherwise. And it seems like a very tight budget, which worries me because it seems like we're frequently going over budget on projects that we are doing. And since we have a lot of projects we know we need to do and we want to do for wastewater, for water, for whatever it is, happens to be, whether it's working on the East Ranch or working to get the fire department what they need, we end up going into the red, but only theoretically into the red because we have the money so we can cover it. That's great when you have the money and we can cover it, but if we continue to do that on and on and on every year, we're going to run out of money to do that. Because these rates that we did the best we could to keep them as low as possible. It's one of the reasons why. This is one of my other concerns about this budget. It's one of the reasons why we didn't include money for balanced public relations, and that came back into the budget even though we didn't budget for it in the rates. The rates, it wasn't there. When this board approved those rates, that rate study did not include having balanced public relations on the payroll. That's an extra $6,000 a month that can pay for a lot of things. I also don't think that we're putting enough money in for vehicle maintenance. I don't know right now how many vehicles we have even, and how many of those have loans or how many are paid off. But just looking at prior year's expenditures, $5,000 in each department for repairs and maintenance on the cars and trucks isn't enough, just based on prior years. If you look at based on one of the things that bothers me kind of the most about a lot of the ways we make decisions here is we make decisions about how we're going to spend the money separate from how much money we actually have. So we don't actually correlate, and I appreciate the fact that Patrick put in here what the approved rates are supposed to be bringing in for revenue versus the budget. Thank you very, very much for that, because it helps correlate our revenues and our expenditures, which is, you know, how you're supposed to do a budget under my understanding. But I also have concerns, $75,000 for the urban water management plan. They don't have to start from scratch. It's due soon. I think it's due at the end of June, and you might be able to get an extension, but with Bob being completely oversubscribed with his time, it seems like $75,000 is a heck of a lot when we already have one that just needs the numbers updated. It doesn't, they didn't change the format again. Last time they changed the format all around. There's a whole bunch of different stuff they had to do. But it seems to me it shouldn't be that hard, and it shouldn't cost us 75 grand to do that. I did not have time to call other districts and see how much they're paying their consultants to do it, and I don't object to having somebody come in and do it from the outside, because I know Bob is completely busy with 8,000 other things. But I do object because we did specifically have the discussion as part of the rates committee, and when we worked with Bartle Wells, we did not include money for balanced public relations, so I want to know what the trade-off is, where the money is going to come from, what we're not going to be able to spend that money on instead, because that was not included. And that's maybe too much detail, those questions, except that it's a policy issue, and one of the things that I remember very, very clearly that Director Clift told me a very long time ago when he first was on this board, he said, I really wish I would have paid closer attention to the budget, because that's where we have our power and our control in making sure that our policies and the policies we want to see implemented and the activities that we want to see happen are happening. So we made a decision as a board to go with the rate study as it was, which didn't include balanced public relations, and I believe that was made clear when we were doing that, making that decision. And so I do object to putting that back in. I have had discussions about whether or not, let me say it like this. It can be a valuable resource. Right now, Bob can't even get the things done that he needs to get done for the regulatory agencies, much less what he needs to get done for getting grant money. Right now, we don't even have an EIR or a permit in front of the Coastal Commission. And these are the things that he's supposed to be working on. Why are we paying him right now? I understand I'm not naive, but I also know that we are constrained in the amount of resources we have, and we keep complaining about we're going to have to skip this maintenance. We're always having these things break down. Why are we spending $100,000 that we don't necessarily need to be spending right now? It's a big concern. I mean, it's a big concern for me. The other concern that I have is that the rates as approved are based on 70% of the 13-14 usage, and we are still not even close to that. And so we're actually looking at probably less revenue than what's in this budget, which means that we're going to have even a bigger challenge ahead than what it looks like already is here as a challenge. I don't know what the policy is on let me stop there for a minute. I don't know if we have a policy about how you do allocated overhead. The allocated overhead numbers in the rate study don't match, for water and wastewater, don't match what's in here. And I know you have to split it out, but I don't know what the percentages are, and that would be nice to know, because I think it's important. It says a lot about the priorities of the district of how you do the allocated overhead, because you have to pay for the admin department. I understand that. But I don't understand the way that you do it, especially, and here's where I'm going to get a couple of specifics, and then I'll stop. On page 15 in the budget section, water operations detail. This is resource conservation. There's salary and wages in here, and I don't know who that is, if that's just divided among the three people who kind of are taking care of those things on an ad hoc basis. And the allocated overhead to resource conservation is crazy, unless I'm misunderstanding. Is that for the entire water department? And I'm just seeing it because it's on a total and it happens to be right next to the resource conservation? It's not just the...
Okay, I can answer both questions. The 30,000 was put in there because last year you specifically insisted that we had to have salary and resource conservation. So I put it in there. It doesn't represent anybody. It's only for show, okay? I can take it out. And the overhead allocation is based on, I take the staff and admin, and I allocate their time to every department, and then I multiply that times the total cost. That's how we get it. I don't know of any more equitable way to do it.
And Madam President, I wrote a couple questions down, Director Rice. I think the rate structure did not specifically incorporate balanced public relations, but what you do is you know that the rate structure and the historical information on the amount of water we sell represents a figure, and that figure is the amount of revenue generated by the water department. As we take that as a basis. One of the most difficult things to do in preparing a water budget is to try to nail that number. And you brought up a good point. We're at 64% sales right now versus the anticipated 70. So within that amount of revenue generated, you pick and choose what you want to incorporate into that budget. And balanced public relations was one of those. That's a board decision. So you're absolutely right when you say that there wasn't something specifically designated. The $75,000, you're right. There is a lot of information from the 2010. Let me get my notes here. The Urban Water Management Plan, but we did take the time to call around to other agencies and ask NAPOMO, things like that. What is the going rate? I could not agree with you more. I think I think we should all be consultants. I think it's a lot of money. I mean, I really do. But that is about what it takes to generate that document. That document will allow us to seek grant funding. We're not eligible for a lot of the DWR grant funding and state funding without that document. It's a mandated document. But again, it's also a tool and to help us manage our water resources. I agree with you when maybe we can sharpen the pencil on that a little bit. I mean, I'd be more than happy to see if we can get that down a little bit. These are all good questions.
Director Behringer?
Yes, I agree with Director Rice. When we were on the rate hike committee, we felt it was going to be a difficult road to get the 70%, but we wanted to make sure that of the previous use. Perhaps we'll be able to get sales up. A big customer, state parks might come back on. We have to make efforts this year to try and get our big customers. One of our bigger customers was Centrally Grown, and they've left. So and I'm not saying everybody should use a lot more water. If we had more customers, we'd be able to do that. But just working within our previous customers to, especially state parks, try and get them back is a good idea. And I agree with, I didn't think that balance relations should be in the water budget. I think our ratepayers should not be paying that. They shouldn't be thinking that that's what they're supporting. It should come out of an administrative budget of some kind. And it just makes it, and I think from an accounting perspective, finance is looking at it and saying, hey, if we're going to get grants, if we're going to have access to a portion of $1 billion, in order for us to be even at the table, we need to make sure that we have access. So if you want to pull it out of the water budget, I'd be more than favor of that, but to not do it, I think is not a prudent decision. So that's all I have to come out.
Yes, and I would agree with you that it is a tough one. Where do you put it? But as you said too, with grants and being at the table in the first place is still something that's, I think, quite important for us. So I thank you for your comment. Any further discussion? Director Rice?
Thank you. Thank you for your input on the balanced public relations. And I definitely, if we are keeping it on, we need to keep it where it goes, which would be in the water and wastewater. I don't want to pay for it out of rates, but that we're going to be having to borrow in the wastewater department. We're not, this is not a good way to be running a district. We're so far behind the 8 ball on so many things that it becomes a little bit difficult. There's also a couple things in fire, and then I'm going to be done, because I know you're anxious to go. There are some, in the fire department, I'm looking at page 6 specifically, but there's a proposal that there's a couple of grants that they're working on getting. I know that there's probably matching funds that are going to be required for those. We should probably be including, even though it seems like we're doing it backward. If we're going to get the grant, it seems like we should put the money in the budget, at least the money that's going to be the matching, because we always know there's going to be some matching amount. And we should have the whole amount, though, in the budget, because what if we don't get the grant? Then we are going to have another. I'd rather see it in the budget to begin with, and then when you revise the budget, you can take it out, and then, woohoo, we don't have to spend that money because we got a grant. But to do it so that it's zero right now concerns me.
The way we do grants is we put the expected grant amount in revenue, and then we put the expected cost of whatever we're going to fund with that grant and expenditures. So we do include, so if it's a 90% grant, we'll have a $900,000 revenue and $1 million expenditure, and that's how we account for the match. And this year I don't think I have any grant funding in fire. Last year we did. We had SCBAs, but that's how we account for it, and we do pay attention to that.
And you bring up a good point, Director Rice, regarding the matching fund component of a grant, but the biggest portion of a grant is staff time. And so with the allocation of the overhead for the fire department from the administrative, that's really automatically absorbed in. I always say the work really starts once you get the grant awarded, and Mike, Director Thompson can appreciate this, working with grants for many, many years in Los Angeles, is that, you know, it's the boots on the ground that really get the grant, the audits and all the information they ask for. So a component of any grant within any department is having the staff time available to make sure that all the requirements and all the paperwork and all the audit that's being asked of the CCSD is getting to them in a timely manner. The Prop 84, for an example, was literally a full-time job for Bob for about 1.5 years. So, you know, even if we're awarded a grant, that's just when the fun begins, because if you don't get them stuff in a timely manner, they won't give you your money. Just one other thing, I think your observation of saying behind the 8 ball, I think, is accurate. I think we've been behind the 8 ball in infrastructure repairs for a long time. But I think we're moving forward, and you know, I tell my department managers, you know, how to eat an elephant one bite at a time, and that's what we're doing with the infrastructure, and there is so much to catch up on, and we may be behind the 8 ball for a while, but I think we may be even with the 8 ball, or maybe even moving out a little ahead a year from now or 2 years from now on the infrastructure. It's difficult because it's been deferred. I don't want to say neglected. It's been deferred for so long, and now we're aggressively not deferring it anymore. So we'll get there.
Thank you.
I have
Director Bauerender.
I was just wondering if we could move to accept the budget, or what the next step is to end this item.
Is there any further discussion?
Yes, please. President Robinette, thank you. I'm looking at page 6. It says that there's a proposal for a grant for a truck. And if you should know by June is what it says. So I just don't see those numbers in. That's kind of what I was talking about, was that specific. And the other thing that I'm concerned about is we have a settlement on our sanitary sewer overflow related to the collection system that we have to do. We have to CCTV, we have to inspect it a certain amount per year, and I don't think we're meeting that requirement. And the money's not in the budget to do that, and that concerns me.
Yes, ma'am. You're referring to the environmental enhancement or the enhancement compliance action taken by the State Water Resources Control Board against the district. And then there's something separate for that. The conditions of that did not specifically indicate that we should do a certain amount of videoing. What we did submit is a sanitary sewer management plan, an SSMP, and in that SSMP plan, we indicated that we would do X, Y, and Z. Well, that's a fluid document, and obviously because of fiscal restraints, when we do update that document, we'll indicate that we're only going to be doing, let's say, 10% a year versus 20. The agency that oversees that sanitary sewer management plan would rather you spend money on replacing pumps and panels and valves and things like that instead of videotaping and cleaning a sewer line. So if you are able to articulate within that revised document that our resources are limited and we're reprioritizing that, that would be, I believe that would be acceptable to them. So there's two different things. There's the Environmental Enhancement Compliance Action, EHCA, which does not stipulate. That required us to do a 10% design as it relates to the wastewater treatment plant.
Thank you.
And we met all the conditions of those, but those are very good questions.
Thank you. Those were separate. I got them mixed up. The SSMP, though, was approved by the board, which means that's policy until we change it. And since it's policy, then we need to change it.
We need to update
We need to get them, right, we need to get them in line. That's what I was saying at the last meeting. We need to have our policies match what we're actually doing on the ground. And whether we update the policies so it matches what we're actually doing, or we change what we're doing to match the policies, either way, that's your job to figure out how we do that. But we need to make sure that what it says on paper is what we're actually doing. And if that's not true, we need to have it on the agenda so we can update those things.
We do need to update the SSMP, and that's one of the things I've tasked John with. And it does need to be consistent, you're right, with, for an example, the modifications we made to the cleaning and videotape, and it needs to be consistent with the budget. And it also we need to include all the improvements we've made since the last SSMP on the collection system. And it needs to include that money that we're asking for the board for the lift stations. So they are consistent, you're absolutely right.
Ready for a motion? There's no motion?
I suggest that we
Just to
accept
accept
the
it?
amended budget
Just accept it.
as it, yeah.
Okay. All right. We have accepted the budget update. Okay, we have now, first of all, we have a 5 o'clock meeting, and I believe we need to move to that at least as very soon as we can, because don't we have some communication from conference calls coming up or not?
No.
Nothing?
No,
Okay, so we don't have anyone waiting for us. Okay, all right, very good. Okay, then, we are now, let's see, we didn't have additional public comment. Everybody got their opportunity when we started with item 5. Future agenda items, we have 2 people that want to speak on public comment. 12A, okay, sorry. I'll tell you, it's been a long meeting, so bear with me. Okay, our discussion on, and then we have public comment before we adjourn to closed session. All right, very good. Discussion on future agenda items. Yes,
Madam President,
Mr. Barringer?
I would like to clarify what I think we all agreed to last time. And I've got to compliment a constituent for referring me to our May 22nd, 2014 agenda item number 9D, which was discussion and direction regarding possible suspension of all outstanding intent to serve letters. And in that 9D, there's a list of parcels that we in turn did in fact restrict from connecting. And I think we should revisit that to see if those parcels that were in that agenda item, we could consider allowing them to connect. And I would also ask staff to be prepared with the fiscal impact of those. Have they paid their connection fees, and had they not, I think it will influence whether there's some additional funds that can come in or not. Don't know, because it's on an individual basis. And that's the intent of my agenda item to be presented next month.
And for clarification, that was not regarding the wait list,
It
correct?
has nothing to do with the wait list. It has to do with this list of parcels, parcel number 2022.123.003, Cornwall Street, property owner, Slow County. Interesting. Anyway, there was a group of people that were, it was just the connection that was being restricted, not the fact that they were not pipeline projects or approved by the county or anything like that. It's not a new letter, nothing. It's just, can those people that have already gone through the process now have a prospect of connecting? That's the point.
Yes, and I think that's where it somehow got misunderstood. And,
Yes, so that's my suggestion.
okay, that's your suggestion. Is anyone wanting to make a motion on that?
I'll move.
Okay,
I
it's-
move that we readdress that May 22nd, 2014 agenda item.
Okay. On, not May 22nd, April 24th?
May 20, well, whatever it was. Let me see.
Whatever.
I got it here.
But
And
I think it was April 24th.
Monique has the information. Let me see.
Yeah, it should be April 24th.
May 22nd, 2014.
Oh, 2014, sorry.
2014,
Take
yes.
that back. I was just reading it from the last minutes. That's what I was referring to.
Well, I so move. Do we have a second?
It's been moved and seconded.
Okay.
We have no public comment requested on this, so discussion? Further discussion? Director Rice?
Thank you, President Robinette. I'm going to support the motion so that we can have the discussion, because we will have to make the decision whether or not those people connect, and the jury's still out for, hopefully for all of us, because that's the intention. But I want to just make that clear, that I just want to have the discussion. It'd be really good discussion to have. See what the impact, not just the fiscal impact, but the water impact.
Right.
Any further discussion? Okay, so to be clear, we're talking about parcels that were already somewhat, we have to define this in the pipeline. We are not talking about the wait list.
Right.
And do we know if we have people that are in that category that are wanting to do something? We just want to know what the status is.
Let's do the research and
Status
have a
first.
discussion, yes.
Yeah, what is the status of those particular parcels?
But I would like the agenda item to be able to be clear enough that we could take action if needed. In other words, we're not saying, let's discover this, let's find out what it is. It is, bring something that we can vote on.
All right.
We'll check to see if it was a resolution, and then we'll, I think you're only talking about 5 parcels or so.
Yeah.
There's a real small amount, and we'll prepare the staff report in a manner that allows the board to not only consider but take action.
Thank you,
And
right.
to clarify, the email that I did send to Monique does have a link to the result of that particular motion item, so you'll be able to see everything.
We're going to put it first on the regular agenda, okay?
Whatever.
This time, so.
Yeah, because it needs some research, we need the facts, we need to know, exactly what the situation is. Okay, any further discussion? All right. Director Rice?
Oh, sorry, no.
No, you raised your hand, but. Okay, let's have a roll call vote.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Vice President Thompson? Aye. Director Sanders?
Aye.
Director Rice?
Aye.
President Robinette?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0 for that agenda item. No further discussion on agenda items. Director Rice?
Now I meant to raise my hand.
All right.
I move that we have an item on the agenda next month to consider possible changes to the meeting times following a ad hoc committee meeting in June.
I second it. Discussion?
Yes, as part of that, I suggest that we consider amending our bylaws so that we have meeting dates but not meeting times, so that we have more flexibility in the future to be able to change times. I think that was an option. But that's something I think that we should at least consider. Because right now, according to Mr. Carmel, he said that, no, it's in the minutes, it's a date and a time, and I think that the time of that date is not required, and I believe that we could change the time within 72 hours if it wasn't in our bylaws, the exact time. So that's a suggestion that we add to that discussion. That's all.
Director Rice, is that all right?
Yeah, I think we can consider that in the part of the committee. I think it's a good suggestion.
All right, and I keep my second. Okay, any further discussion on this? All right, we are ready, been moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Director Rice?
Yes.
Vice President Robinette?
Aye.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Director Sanders?
Aye.
Vice President Thompson?
Okay, 5-0, just passed. Okay, any further discussion on agenda items? Then we're going to move on to item 12. And before we adjourn, we have a request. Actually, we have two requests for public comment before we adjourn to closed session. The first request is from Christina Tobin.
Okay, all right, long meeting. Okay, so I appreciate bringing that up. I'm still trying to decipher what just happened regarding the bylaws, the Brown Act. A little bit concerned when that was proposed that Gruber had a thumbs up to Barringer, so I was wondering what's going on there. I hope that once we set the time for 4 p.m., it can stay that way every other meeting or whatnot, not just happen once and then pulled out and not happen again. So I will give the benefit of the doubt there, so thank you. And moving forward to the reason for I'm speaking for number 12 is it's about the salary increase for Gruber, who's not here right now. The legal counsel that I connected with said that the CCSD should come out of closed session and summarize what they said as long as it's not strictly a personnel issue regarding the salary increase. I know you guys are going to go into closed session for an hour, and also that you should be submitting his contract for vote in an open meeting. So my question is, will you be doing this? And I hope that you do, because that seems to be legally, from what I'm learning very quickly, the procedure for that. And before you answer that question, I hope you can, or it seems like you've been answering a lot of questions today, so that's really great to hear more exchange and dialogue and conversation. That's how we bring about solutions. Very cool. I've learned more from this meeting than I think all the others combined, with so much more exchange and dialogue. But what I said before about the pension, I hope you take that all to account. The signs that were up, we are tapped out. And I hope today the board starts listening to the community and says, the salary increase just isn't what the community wants, and we start shifting this in a solution-based direction. And I love Amanda bringing up having all the numbers and more of the exchange and dialogue and willingness. But gosh, salary increase is just not the answer. I know over 200 other people, from my understanding, applied for that job. This is not the only maybe pension that Gruber would be getting. It's a lot of different pensions. This is a town of 6,000 people. Definitely noticed a lot of stress, that a lot of complaints, that is, respectfully so, Mr. Gruber. So I hope that you guys vote against that, and I hope that you have a moment to answer my question. Will the CCSD come out of closed session and summarize what they said? Again, as long as it's not a personnel issue. And also, will you be submitting his contract for vote?
Let me
Open
respond to
Sure.
that if I can. And that
Sure.
is,
Hi, David.
the range of things that need to be disclosed from closed session is fairly narrow. If there is something that has to be reported, we typically report at the next meeting as opposed to reporting to an empty room. So that's on the agendas, and we would report. Yes, the contract, if there is a change to the contract, would be done publicly.
Okay, so it needs to be reported before
Right.
decisions.
And often, there's nothing to report from the closed session, and because again, if you look at the Brown Act, the things that are subject to being reported is a fairly narrow group of things.
Okay, wonderful. And I hope Mr. Gruber is okay with his current salary and takes that into consideration. Again, a town of 6,000, hearing what the residents have said. And, but I hope the board does rule against that. And I thank you for your response. And again, more communication together. So brings about the solutions. So thank you and appreciate that, your time.
Thank you. And next public comment, she knows she's coming. Tina
Trying to hasten this thing along here.
Dickinson. Tina Dickinson.
Thank you very much. You talk about being behind the 8 ball. If you're behind the 8 ball, the last thing you want to do is spend more. I think that anyone in a position such as the general manager should be evaluated on an annual basis, and that depends on his performance, not a 6-year contract. How do you know, as a board, how well Mr. Gruber will perform over the next 6 years? And we certainly can't afford the outrageous amount that you had planned for item 9B on the previous month's agenda or meeting. I don't even know yet as to why it was pulled, but I'm assuming it's because you heard from the community they weren't too happy about it. I don't know that for sure. The board has given, in my opinion, far too much leeway to this general manager in spending our ratepayers' dollars. Way too much. The board has not straightened out their policy issues. The general manager said that he had the authority to go ahead and buy a couple of new Ford trucks. Those are very expensive. When did the board change the policy for trucks not to be driven home by employees? That was never changed, and yet the general manager apparently made that decision. You still haven't changed your policy on that, but it has already been taken care of by the general manager through a back doorway, I guess. I don't know. I think the spending of Mr. Flores, as I mentioned before, he came today. There was no written report. If the general manager said it was should have been in the packet. It wasn't in the packet. He stood here for a few minutes and gave his report, and sometimes he's here and sometimes he isn't, and we're paying him close to $10,000 a month. I said initially when you hired him that we would be better off spending money on a grant writer. I still maintain that to be true. I do not see that just, Mr. Gruber met with this person and Felicia Marcus at the water board and blah, blah, blah. But there's nothing there of substance to tell us what Mr. Flores is doing for us. Not a single thing. And so, as far as I'm concerned, it is a waste of money. You should be able to handle these things on your own, maybe with a consultant once in a while, which we certainly pay plenty of for many other items. I think Mr. Gruber is making a very, very good salary. I think it's a generous salary, and I think it's not even what this town can afford based on all of the issues that you've been talking about, that we've talked about, that's been written about, that for years that need to be addressed. So you've heard from the community big time. Now it's your decision as to what you do. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we have no further business here today. We will now adjourn to first special meeting and then closed session. We can then add a second closed session item. I did just adjourn this meeting.
I believe what's happening
Yes.
is we are adjourning this meeting. We'll convene the special meeting, deal with that item, and then reconvene this meeting and hold the closed session that's on this agenda.
So may I ask then, will you have the public comment that is on your special meeting agenda?
Yes, that will be at the location of the special meeting, which is at the offices.
Yes. Yes, we'll have public comment.
So there would be an opportunity for public comment when that meeting is convened, which will be in a few minutes.
Kathy?
Well, that was noticed for the other location, though.
Kathy? It is,
Go
ahead.
It's the pending litigation, the Land Watch case that is set for hearing tomorrow.
That's not the special meeting.
That is,
I stand corrected. My apologies, counsel. My apologies.
and it's just a closed session on that item, yes.